Good morning. Welcome to Sewing Street. How is everybody this morning? Did you just see our VT of lovely Deb? Random Deb is back. Oh, look, how hilarious is this? She's also bought us, now we've covered up the branding, but look, Random Debs has bought us random sweets. How funny. We were only saying yesterday, I hope she doesn't mind us calling us her Random Debs, but no, she's well and truly Random Debs now. She's bought us some randoms. It's what? It's normally John Scott's job giving everybody nicknames, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Debs is ours, though. Debs is ours. We've got the most amazing show for you today with lovely Debs, so I'll talk you through it in a moment. First, though, the early bird. Those of you that wake up bright and early with us, you always benefit because you get a brilliant deal on a product that could be brand new, it could be one that I love, could be one that you love, could be one that is very, very popular, something, as I said, sometimes it's even brand new. Whereas this is something that, I remember the first time that we got it here at Sewing Street, and Hayley, our head of TV, she said to us, oh my word, you need to make sure that everybody's aware how hard it has been to source these seat frames. And now, Hayley, our head of TV, has said everybody can have £5 off. We're talking about slow sewing this first hour. So it's a really, really lovely, mindful, tranquil thing to do. And I think, especially with the year that we've had, it's really, really important that even when we go back into hopefully a bit more normality, that we still remember the mindfulness and giving ourselves a bit more time. And I know I'm guilty of it. Thank you for all of your messages. I've had so many people messaging me going, please will you slow down? Please will you just put your feet up and stay at home? And honestly, I promise you I am. I literally do nothing else other than coming here, and I'm only here for another three more shows. So anyway, it's a really, really good idea to get into doing something mindful, like hand sewing. And now this is ideal. Now Kat's beautifully modelled this for us this morning. So it sits underneath your bum. It's got the frame underneath so that then you can be entirely hands-free when you're doing your hand stitching, when you're doing any beautiful embroidery work. Now the hoop is 10 inches, I believe. Where have I made that up? 10 inches. It's a 10-inch frame, 25 centimetres. And it comes sort of, I say as a flat pack. This is hilarious because I'm horrendous at any sort of putting things together, and I whizzed this together yesterday without the instructions, so it's probably going to fall apart in a moment, but there are instructions in there. It's easy, really, really easy to assemble. And what I like about it as well, that it's really easy to pack down. So if you are thinking, oh, do you know what, I just want to put my embroidery away, but you can keep all of your needles in there ready to go. You could have different colours on the go. If the phone rings, then you don't need to worry about, putting it down. You are completely hands-free, and it really is easy to manage. So if you want to just check the back of your work as well, you can spin it and make yourself completely comfortable however you'd like. Now, some of us have got shorter torsos or longer torsos, so it also adjusts. You can have it longer, you can have it shorter, really, really nice and easy to adjust in lots of different places. At just £22.99, that is a £5 saving today, which basically, if you think this is like having your postage and packaging and more off, and more. This is like your P&P and more. And don't forget that it's only one postage and packaging all day long. So those of you that have opened your order nice and early with us, you'll be able to shop all day on the website, across Yarn Lane's website, across the show today, and you'll only pay one postage and packaging. So if you get this, stay tuned this hour because we're going to do a whole embroidery and hand sewing show. So if you want lots of lovely skeins or some lovely projects to be able to use your new seat frame with, it was something that those of you that remember any of us from Sewing Quarter days, Hayley was part of the team in Sewing Quarter, and she said that somebody put one on Facebook and said, could we get them in? And I think she bought it from a second-hand or car boot sale or something, and we couldn't get them at all. They do the table clamps, and we always had the table clamps, but the seat frames were a different story. So the first day that we had this in, Hayley sent me phone calls, emails, messages, texts. She came in to make sure that everybody knew how difficult it was to be able to get this in quantity. It's normally $27.99, normally $27.99. And can I just say, it sells very, very well at $27.99. Loads of people saying hello. Please come and let me know if you use one of these seat frames. I'm thinking if you're on the move, or if hopefully now we're going to be able to sit outside in the sunshine. It was a lovely day yesterday, wasn't it? Nice spring afternoon. It was lovely. Kat said I even went home and sat on the hammock outside on a new decking. Oh, it was lovely, wasn't it? I took some beautiful photographs because there was not a cloud in the sky. It was gorgeous. But if you do want to sit outside, you can, of course, then pop your seat frame under your bum, sit there and do some lovely hand stitching, hands-free, whilst you're just having a bit of sunshine. Hi, Pauline. Hi, Susan. Right, Kat's holding on to it in that picture because she felt really awkward and didn't know what to do with her hands, if I'm being honest. You should have got a needle and thread out, Kat, shouldn't you? But she says it looks like I'm holding it. And obviously, as you can see, you don't need to hold it. You do not need to hold it. You can tighten it, reposition it, change it to however you want. Obviously, you'll be sitting on that, so that will keep it stable. Just $22.99, a saving of £5. Hey, my Tom, how are you? Susan says, good morning, Vixen crew. Judith, lovely Judith, hello. How is everybody today? We've got a nice slow hour. It's almost the weekend, isn't it? We didn't know, me and Joe were talking, saying, what day is it today? Are we still in that sort of boat where we have no idea? Time is a very strange concept at the moment, isn't it? I have no idea what day of the week it is. No idea whatsoever, but it's Thursday, isn't it? So nearly the weekend. We're here on Sunday, aren't we? And then we're not here till next Thursday, Friday. If I'm still here then. Kat's like, you will be. And my husband, he's got a few more jobs that he needs to do, and he's like, please, can you just let me get my jobs done first? No, I can't control it. But yeah, Kat's putting a lot of pressure on me to make sure I'm here next Thursday, Friday. I've got a really, really lovely show next Friday as well for my last day. Really lovely show. So I do want to make sure that I'm there. I know, I'd love to. I will try. $22.99 is today's early bird special, your seat frame. I know I've only got 3 early bird specials left. It's been very, very popular. A quarter of the stock has already gone. Let us know how you are today, though. Come and say hello. It's been a busy week, hasn't it? A really, really busy week. So if you do want to get in touch with us, email Kat, my producer, studio@sewingstreet.com, studio@sewingstreet.com. Or, of course, you can join us on Facebook. I'm on Facebook Live today, so if you do want to come and say hello to me, to Deb, if you've got any questions for Debbie Harris, we've not seen her since the beginning of February, but we talk to her all the time, don't we? She's often watching from home, so it's lovely to have her and lovely Dave back in the office today. We've got today's show, a lovely lineup for you. So as I said, we're going to take things slowly this first hour. Embroidery and hand sewing, something mindful and lovely this hour. At 9 o'clock, we've got Rosie Rabbit. She is absolutely adorable. She's got lovely little outfits as well and accessories. We did crocheted animals on Yarn Lane yesterday, so it's really nice to be able to have a nice a bit of hand sewing in there as well with Rosie Rabbit. Can we show a picture of Rosie, please? Look at this, look at her standing next to the daffodils. Oh, she's so gorgeous. Now there's different options as well. Have a look on pre-order because there's different options of whether you want to make her in cotton or in fleece. The fleece is lovely, isn't it? But there is also quilting cotton options. Oh, look at her. Little photo shoot with Rosie this morning, looking fabulous. Then 10 o'clock, we've got fabrics and books. Okay. Can I just say, fabrics and books, that's a real understatement, isn't it? Because we've got glow-in-the-dark fabric back in stock. The Fireflies fabric is back in stock. You've already noticed it on pre-order. I don't really want to mention it too much because I do actually want to look at it at 10 o'clock and I'm scared that everything will have sold out. We did it with Catherine Wright and everything sold out before her show. There you go. You can see it was launched back in January and we've just managed to get it back in stock. So that's at 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, we've got another show with Deb, and it's a Love from Beth pattern. If you love Beth Studley patterns, the Gondola basket is great. Look at it. Oh, it's a little Easter egg hamper. A little Easter egg. Oh, we've got loads of treats today, haven't we? Again. We're so spoiled here. We've got all the chocolate treats. That looks amazing in Liberty. We've got Michael Miller options as well that Debs is going to be demonstrating in. But we said that's so versatile, isn't it? And then at 12 o'clock, it isn't just sewing machines. We've got the Dukey and we've got an Elna machine. But then we've also got other bits and bobs for your workroom coming up at 12 o'clock. Yeah, the early bird is suitable for total beginners, absolutely. If you are just starting out, in fact, it will make life quite a bit easier. Sometimes I can be all fingers and thumbs when I'm hand stitching, so it does really help just to stabilise your work. And threads, we've got some beautiful embroidery floss as well, which is going to be great for your hand stitching. Lynn has said, good morning, lovely lady. I've had a frame for many years. It makes hand sewing so much easier. P.S. Just watch your YouTube that John shared of you singing. Oh, thank you. She said you have a beautiful voice. That was for a show. Yeah, it's a show that's going to be touring Europe this year. And it was supposed to be last year, but they've obviously postponed it. So it's going to be touring, fingers crossed, all over Europe this year, which is really exciting. So that song was written especially for the show. And yeah, we love it. It's so lovely. I'm not going on tour, no. I don't think I'll be allowed to yeah, I don't think I'll be allowed to leave Kira, no. Not with the baby. I've got some mothering duties to do this year. Right, so pre-order. If you want to jump to sewingstreet.com and click on watch live, if you scroll down, then you can see on the right hand side, oh, in fact, it's not on the right hand side, but as we start to put graphics through on the screen, it will just be about there where Kat's cursor is. So if you then click on pre-order, you can see all of the products from this hour. There's some lovely embroidery floss for you. We've got hoops, we've got marking tools, we've got needles, we've got projects, panels, Sashko. We did also say the word Christmas earlier on in the week. I know, I'm sorry. But there's some lovely Christmas projects in there as well, a Christmas Sashko project. Seams hand cream, obviously the biggest tool of our trade is our hands. We've got to look after our hands. We've got some seams products. Then we've got Debbie Harris coming up with lovely Rosie Rabbit kits. They're already selling on pre-order. There's our gorgeous Let Your Light Shine fabric. What song's that? Love, shine a light in every cup. That was on Eurovision, wasn't it? There you've got, oh, by the way, I love these shabby chic fabrics. They're linen mixes. They're really, really nice for soft furnishing, especially. Liberty in there as well. Some lovely fabrics coming up in that show, Kat. There's Beth Studley Gondola basket. So you can check out on anything nice and early. So we've got some deals on storage as well coming up later on. Deals on storage, yep. We've got some bundles with saving £6, saving £18. Blimey. Hang on, that one's saving £14. That's really good. Fab. Okay, so that is, of course, all that's coming up today. But you can use your 1P&P across the whole of the website, so it's worth having a look and stocking up. Should we start with the light box that is in front of me? When you're transferring embroidery patterns onto your fabrics, sometimes it can be quite difficult. Sometimes you can't quite see through your paper or through your fabric to your paper, and we often hold it up to the window. On a grey day, it's again a bit difficult to do. What's great about a light box is it's so easy for tracing. It's really lovely and lightweight. It's very, very slim as well. This isn't glass, so it's not going to crack. It plugs into your mains. I think it also has a USB. Yeah, it's got a USB port, so if you do want to plug it into your sewing machine or laptop or you know, any USB port, then it will charge. And then it's got a touch button here. That's setting number 1, brightness number 2, brightness number 3. So there's 3 different brightnesses. On screen, it's quite difficult to show you how bright they are, but if I just lower the lights like that, I'm lowering the lights. Wait, there you go. Oh my word, no, that looks scary, doesn't it? We're ready for campfire stories. Although I look great in the dark. Wow. So this is it's not a really glaring light. It's completely LED, so it will mean that it gives off virtually, well, 0 heat. You don't need to worry about replacing bulbs. They're really energy efficient as well. Great thing about LED is that they do tend to use up less energy than, you know, your household bulbs. You can see also very, very clearly, well, I can't actually see on my screen, but I can see from where I'm sitting that here you've got all of your inches, you've got centimetres around as well, which is really, really useful indeed. So lots of people, I know a lot of people who absolutely love their light box and couldn't live without it. In fact, it's an A3 size, so it's a good portable size, but yet still great if you are transferring larger patterns, and this is ideal, absolutely ideal. Just a quick word about the early bird, by the way. Kate's messaging saying, good morning, Vix, looking well as normal. Thank you, feeling well. She's put, I love my lap stand. I have one for the house and one for the camper van. Catching the first hour before the commute across the hallway to work. Big old commute. Do you know, this is my sister, she's been working from home for a year now. And yeah, she loves the daily commute now, up the stairs into the office. Really? Kat's boyfriend's working from home as well, and he does a yoga session instead of his commute. Half an hour little yoga session. Beverly's also messaging about the seat frame. Beverly said, hi, blooming Vicky. I've ordered the hoop, brilliant, to use my cross stitch as well as my embroidery. Love, Bev. Great idea, great idea. And I know a lot of people as well use it for sashko. Sashko isn't traditionally done in a hoop. It is something that you just sit with your fabric. But I know people who have used it for sashko as well. So it is really, really useful indeed. £22.99. It just means that I don't know why, but I find that you can see your project a lot better in the hoop. You have a lot more sort of perspective over it all, and you can pick out colours then and see exactly how you want to plan it out. I think they give you better posture. Personally, I think you sit up a bit better than if I'm hunched over my hand sewing. So I really like that seat frame, and the fact that it's an early bird special is just brilliant, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. So that is your Notions light box. Now, if you have a look elsewhere at light boxes of this size, A3 size, you will find lots that are around the £80 or even £90 mark. This is a really, really good price. It is exclusive to us here. Here we go. Kat's just done a quick search. First one that she's found, £89.95. £89.95. So it's definitely worth having a bit of a look, if you haven't already, into how much you're saving with us here at Sewing Street. I mean, that is brilliant. Right, we found another one. It's really easy to do your own comparisons. £64.99, not a bad price. Not a bad price. LED, ultra slim, light panel. Looks very, very similar. Looks very similar to ours. £64.99. Ours is today £49.99. Good morning, Madeline. How are you? Come and say hello to us. Right, so if you've got any questions, get them in. This is a great thing about Sewing Street, don't forget, is that we are live and interactive. So if there's any questions that you have about anything, this is like your own virtual shop. Of course, you can ask any questions that you have. Oh, Kerry, you shared our video last night as well, didn't you? See, oh my word, it's been shared by an Irish tourist company, and it's had 1.3 million views. It's only it's only a short clip of it. So Kerry, you'll have to actually watch the full song. Kerry has said our little honey is doing GCSE textiles and it's perfect for her projects. Oh, for the light box. It really is, isn't it? Absolutely. We also have this light box, amazing value and perfect for lots of projects in partnership with an embroidery stand. Absolutely. Oh, thanks for your message, Kerry. Thank you so much. We will see you next Thursday. I will be here to see you next Thursday. Okay. Shall we do the Sew and Quilt book? Now, this is one that Kat's not seen before, and it's brilliant because it isn't just embroidery. This is a really, really lovely book for lots of different hand quilting techniques as well, and it's a complete beginner's guide. So I know a lot of people who start out patchwork and spend ages doing the top of their quilt and then get quite daunted by the quilting part. But if you're familiar with hand sewing, then it gives you some lovely hand sewing quilting techniques in here. So it'll talk to you about lots of different fabrics, working with different pre-cuts. Tomorrow and Saturday, it's International Quilting. Tomorrow and Saturday is International Quilting Day. Maybe it's just tomorrow, but we're celebrating it over 2 days. So tomorrow and Saturday, we're going to be doing lots of quilting, loads of quilting techniques and tips. So books like this are going to be quite invaluable, actually. There's nice to have tools in there. There's lots of different techniques, hand stitching and embroidery, things that you'll need, different advice, marking the fabric. Oh no, Wilma. You'll never hear John sing. Well, actually, have we ever heard John sing? He gets involved in Derek's sing-along on a Monday, but we don't hear him sing. I don't hear his harmony line. No, it isn't me and John singing. John has shared on his Facebook a thing of me singing, Wilma. It's called Don't Let Go, the song. But no, it isn't me and John. That would be funny though, wouldn't it? I think I'll have to put it to him and say, me and John can do a song and we can get Mark Francis on piano accompanying I can't think, how do I say that word? Accompanying us. Oh my word. Oh, that's like when you were trying to say anonymously. Yeah. Oh, look, binding. We're going to be talking about how to make your own binding later with Deb, but that's using the tool as well. Different great techniques of how to make your life a bit easier. Sampler quilts, log cabins. There's lots of great blocks in here as well. Rail fence blocks, a very traditional one. String block is another one. Half square triangles. So there's lovely blocks in here as well as a tips and techniques book. But it was the first time that Kat had seen it when we unpacked it yesterday. She loved having a good look through it. So this is what we're talking about this hour, part 1. So that's all mainly sort of tips and techniques and a few blocks as well. But then part 1 is embroidery, sewing and patchwork. So now that you've learnt the 5 basics, it's very useful embroidery stitches. Now let's put them into something pretty, it says. So this is where all of your projects are. So you've got lovely samplers, embroidery artwork, echo quilted cushions. There's some really lovely projects and it's got all of your cutting guides, step-by-step instructions, pin cushions, needle books. What's that? Who's singing? You singing? Basket weave picnic quilt. Can you sing, Kat? Sunlight baby quilt. Pinwheels baby quilt. Golden rays quilt. Bright star quilt. Sorry, I'm giggling at them. They're singing in my ear. They're requesting that me and John Scott sing Islands in the Stream. Islands in the Stream, that's a good one. Get your requests in for me and John Scott then, and I'll put it to him after the show. I'll put it to him. He'll be up for it, won't he? He'll be up for it. I wonder if I record his reaction, if we'd be able to air it. I don't know if it would be telesafe, his reaction. $14.99 for your book. Okay, we've also, let me just have a sip of my tea, because otherwise I leave it. Right, calico. Calico, fat quarter, but look at how big it is. Because of the size of this, oh right, so if you are getting into, if you do want to get into hand sewing, if you are starting out an embroidery project, calico's brilliant to stitch on. It's really, really lovely to stitch on. This is a quilter's pre-shrunk fabric, ready to stitch. It's only 99p and they will come pre-cut into fat quarters. How good's that? 99p. I love that our graphics, can you see it's got a question mark there? Calico? I think it's shocked by the price. So that's if you want it cut as a fat quarter. If you want it by the ½ metre, it is also available. Calico, of course, is known for making your toiles with, for dressmaking, but do be aware that this is your quilter's pre-shrunk calico. £2.49 a ½ metre. This time, cut off the bolt for you to whatever size you want. So we've got ½ metre pieces, which we can cut for you, of course, or you can have 5 metres of this. If you do want to practice your embroidery or make some beautiful cushions, if you want to make some lovely bags, then this is going to be absolutely ideal. And it's so affordable at £2.49 a ½ metre. Whenever we bring calico in by the ½ metre, it's incredibly popular. If you are going to cut it up into smaller pieces anyway, the price of the fat quarters is really good, isn't it? It's definitely worth just buying fat quarters if you're going to do smaller hoops. If you only need fat quarters, but if you want to make toiles and you want to make larger projects, then of course go for the ½ metre option. But that's, I don't know why, I think it must have been cut for a project and now it's been discounted just to get the fat quarters gone. If you do want them, they're 99p, which is brilliant. Okay, we've also got some denims. I can't say I love stitching on denim. I love the look of embroidery, really bright coloured embroidery on denim. It does look brilliant, doesn't it? So we've got 2 different colours. Should we start with the lighter denim? We've got the lighter denim and then we've got that lovely deep denim as well. I really would love to go at some point this year on a workshop of how to make my own denim jeans. Barbara McClay can make her own denim jeans. Oh my word, you didn't tell me that. Oh, maybe Barbara, if you're watching, you need to teach me how to make my own jeans. Just £4.99, great for shirts, brilliant for dressmaking, but lovely also to have for your embroidery projects. Just in a hoop, they look great, don't they, as artwork. £4.99 a ½ metre. Can I show you how wide it is? This is your, do you know what ounce it is? 8 ounce, it says on the graphics. Look at how wide it is. Oops! It is lovely and wide. You can buy Rosie the Rabbit absolutely on pre-order, by the way. Who was that, sorry? Who asked that? Julia! Julia, do you know where you've just sent your message through to Kat on the website? If you've just sent it through there, haven't you? So if you scroll down, click on pre-order on the right-hand side, keep scrolling. You have to scroll quite a while, but you will get to Rosie Rabbit. There's Rosie the Rabbit, £23.99. There's enough fabric there to make 2 Rosie Rabbits. You can get the instructions on their own there for £9.99. Maybe, yeah, a denim. Jo came in with a denim face covering today. Didn't you? Just changing it up a bit. This is the darker denim. Now this feels a heavier weight. Does it say the same? Still the same. 8 ounce. It's lovely. It's really nice, isn't it? And especially if you're working with some of these nice bright embroidery skeins, can you imagine? You can embroider something like this onto your denim. Onto your denim. I know there's lots of beautiful, beautiful books out there with great embroidery transfers, which we might have time to go through them, but have a look on the website. This hour is flying by, isn't it? I've got a favourite denim jacket, yeah. I think we all have, haven't we? we've got the trusty denim jacket. It's not as good as my Kieran's though. My husband Kieran, he's got a denim jacket that he gets signed by a lot of Z-list celebrities. Yeah, he tends to take a Sharpie with him wherever he goes, and if he's wearing it and we think, oh, we could potentially be bumping into a celebrity. Do you know who he hasn't got yet? John Scott. When I said at the start, he gets a lot of Z-list celebrities. John would be the most famous person on there. Although he's got Tony Christie. He's got one of the stars off RuPaul Drag Race. He's also got Amber Riley, who's from Glee. Who else has he got? He's got the Nick Skelton, who was a Olympic horse rider. But I think John Scott's probably the most famous. What's the most famous? Who's the signature you've got? Because it used to be a thing, didn't it, that you have an autograph book and you go and have autographs. Kat says mine's Mickey Mouse from when I went to Disneyland. Jill said, morning, Vicky. Oh, thank you. She says, I've just watched the video of you singing. You've got the most beautiful voice. Thank you, Jill. Do you know, I must say, that is the one thing that I've really, really missed through lockdown. We're very, very lucky here that, of course, we've been able to try and stay on air. Well, we have been able to stay on air all year and work as safely as possible. But there's so much that, I just miss music. I miss singing so much. We sing in the car. We sing here after the show, don't we? We put the music on in here and we have a sing. Right, should we start with the brights? These are lovely, aren't they? They are really bright as well. The value for money in this pack is actually quite scary. This is ridiculous. Bearing in mind, don't get me wrong, if you're starting out embroidery, or if you're doing just small embroidery projects, like you're doing faces on toys, you're doing smaller projects, these are going to be brilliant, absolutely brilliant. If you then take your embroidery work to that next level, then you might look into getting different kind of skeins, like your DMC, for example. But DMC skeins are about £1.50 or £1 a skein normally. These are pence per skein. You're getting 36 in here, by the way. There's also a layer that you can't see, but it's in the middle. And what's the price per skein on this cat? 27 pence a skein. It says here, suitable for cross-stitch embroidery, hair wraps and braiding. Brilliant. So you're getting 8-metre skeins. These are your stranded cotton, so you can split them up as well. 8 metres on each, 36 skeins. How good is that? And look, you've got all of your beautiful different shades of green. You've got pink and red and purple. You've got yellows. You've got more of your muted shades here. So even though this is called brights, you've still got some nice of your neutral shades. In fact, you've got also grey and black and white in there as well, by the looks of things. So that's a great selection of colours. We've got the pastels. This one's got a lovely, lovely mustard in there and pink and olive. I love those. 27 pence a skein again. 27 pence a skein. You get 36 8-metre skeins for £9.99. And then finally, we have got the variegated. Now, I think this is more, isn't it? Is this more expensive? Slightly more? No! Oh, okay, that doesn't make any sense. These are variegated as well. Brilliant value, £9.99. You're still getting the same amount, 36 skeins. You've got lovely variegated threads in there. Hey, Wendy, how are you? Good morning, Vix. Pooch woke me up at 5 a.m, wagging his tail in his dreams and just wouldn't stop. Oh, I wonder what he was dreaming about. So made the most of my early start and have been busy sewing. So you've been up since 5 as well. Oh, my word. Please do. You're the one that I want. John would look fab dressed up as Danny and you'd be the perfect Sandy. They're saying in my ear, you are not doing You're the One That I Want with John. You're the one that I want. We could do the shimmy, couldn't we? Ooh, ooh, ooh. I was in Greece at school. I played Marty. I would love to have been Sandy. No, that's Jan. That's Jan. £9.99. I bet John's really good at Danny Zuko, actually, isn't he? Julia, oh amazing. Julia's ordered her Rosie rabbit. She's ordered the kit. Oh, why not get one of these? Depending on what colourway you've gone for, why not get one of the packs so you could do some lovely embroidery on her dress, or you've got then options on a for a face. You do get a skein in the show, a black skein, but if you want some of the beautiful bright colours, these are such good value. Amazing. Lisa Wilcox watching. Hello, Lisa. Hello, Lisa. Are you working today, Lisa? Hand sewing needles. We always need hand sewing needles. And this is just to remind you, remember we've got a huge haberdashery section on our website. So if you are thinking of stocking up, you've paid your post and packaging, maybe you bought the seat frame as the early bird today. If you are stocking up your stash, then why not add some new hand sewing needles to your order? Even if we've got a lot in our stash that we've had for years and years and years, they can tend to obviously blunt. So at $1.99, just have a check and see that you don't need any new ones, because you could have all these ready to go, all pre-stranded, put them into your little dome wheel, your little clover dome wheel. This would be brilliant. Now you've got lots of different sizes here, from size 5 to 10. You get 16 needles, which some of them, of course, are really nice and fine as well. You've got lots of different sizes in there. Let's talk about the clover wheel. So this is Kat's favourite. I called this Kat's dome yesterday because she used this a lot when she was working in theatre. Oh no, we all miss the theatre, don't we? John Scott and I, we often will text. It's normally on a Sunday afternoon when Elaine Page is on Radio 2. And we'll just say, are you listening to it? And we're both sitting there sobbing, listening to the musicals. But it has made me feel better, actually, being involved in Derek's sing-along on a Monday, listening to all the show tunes. I digress. Anyway, Kat uses this for when she's doing any quick amendments side stage. She works quite often part of the wardrobe and the costume departments for tours and theatre productions, all sorts. So what's great about this, I wonder whether, no, it's sealed, isn't it? What's great about this is that you can put in here up to 10 threaded needles, and they will not get tangled. You spin it round and they will all wind up without getting tangled. It's amazing how it's done. And then you literally can pull them out and just get sewn with the correct colour. They're all numbered as well, so each of these little fins has got a number. So you could make yourself a bit of a key if you're starting a certain project where you're like, right, number 1 is this colour, number 2 is this colour, and then you can just get sewing. And as soon as you finish sewing, instead of putting them into the arm of the sofa, or if you're on the move, because they come in a little case as well, you've got them already pre-stranded. In fact, I'm thinking lots of people who struggle to thread the eye of the needle, you can get someone else to do 10 of them, then you've got them all done, ready. Even if they're all white or all black, it doesn't have to be multicoloured. And then you've got loads to get on with before you need to ask somebody to do it for you again. Susan's messaged in saying, I love my needle case. I always have fresh needles ready for my sewing. Thank you, Susan, for your message. They are brilliant, and it amazes me how they don't get tangled up. It's one of those tools that you think, oh my word, how have I lived without this? How have I lived without this? Especially as it comes in a nice case as well, that it's easy to go onto the move. Kat says, I always keep mine in my bag. Always keep it in my bag. It's just handy to have on the move. £9.99. Fabulous. Now, we've also got some lightweight interfacing. Now, if I'm honest, it can be a bit of a minefield. Stabilisers, do you use stabilisers, don't you use stabilisers? Whenever we have guests on doing embroidery, I always ask the question, and it seems to be a bit of personal preference. I'd be interested to see, actually, our viewers on the Facebook page, message in, do you generally use stabilisers, depending on what fabric you're using, or what skeins you're using, what project you're doing? But if you do want to stabilise your fabric beforehand, we've got some lightweight interfacing, which is, I know I think it was Catherine, oh no, it wasn't Catherine. Who was it that was saying about it? It might have even been Cara. Cara, who stabilised it. I'm trying to recall, but it's been in the last couple of weeks that one of our guests was saying, just use a lightweight interfacing to stabilise your fabric, especially if you're, you're putting it into a project like a bag or something that's going to get a bit of wear and tear potentially. Then this is brilliant. £2.99. Great to just stock up anyway and have your interfacing ready to go for all your projects. Now we've also got a lovely, lovely pack of 4. So you've seen our calico, great value. Denim's really good value as well. This is another one. It's coming at £8.99, which is really, really good, where you get Hessian, which obviously, well, you tell me, could you stitch onto that? Big squares, I'm thinking you could do some nice big chunky stitching on it. I never personally have before, but that's brilliant. You get 2 cotton and you also get 1 jute in there. So that's how many fat quarters? 4 fat quarters for £8.99. I just think, I love all of these natural sort of colours and tones. If you're making even, you're going foraging, making your own jams and things like that, just to be able to have your nice Hessian for bunting, linings for baskets and gifts. They're really good value. £8.99 for your natural fat quarter pack, and that is for your pack of 4. We're just going to quickly do the Leicestershire Craft Centre Tropical Bird Kit. So this is what we're making. We did it with Catherine Wright and it was back. I'll find out the date for you. We have got the colour that you can see here. So the jade, which is this one, comes with your jade fabric. You get your fat quarter. You also get your kit from the Leicestershire Craft Centre. So this was on air with Catherine Wright. On the 9th of March, you also get your skeins. Now, I'm not going to open this one. I think one of them might be. Is any of them open? No. But I'll show you what you get inside. You have your full instructions. You also have your template, which looks like this. It's already pre-printed onto there, so you don't need to worry about transferring it with a light box or anything like that. Plus, you're getting all of your same colour threads. You're guaranteed to get these DMC beautiful embroidery skeins. Plus, you're getting a hand sewing needle in there. You've got everything that you need to get going, all for £24.99. Now, this was launched a couple of weeks ago. The 9th of March it was. The 9th of March if you want to watch it back. Catherine didn't use a hoop. She said you can use a hoop if you'd prefer to. It's personal preference. We all get into different ways of stitching, don't we? We all have different preferences. So I know that Catherine, she says you don't necessarily need one, but some people find it easier to use a hoop. Colours are lovely though, aren't they? And that colour's beautiful. The next colour that we have is the tangerine. So this time you get your pack, you get your tangerine backing, and they all go really, really well with the colours. I mean, look at how beautiful. It's only 1 stitch, it's a chain stitch, and it adds really beautiful texture. Still really suitable for beginners. Imagine this being your first piece of embroidery, and because you've got your fat quarter, which actually, is it a fat quarter? Yeah, you do get your fat quarter in there. You could make it even into a small tote bag. We did it as a cushion, as a suggestion, but there's nothing stopping you using it as a bit of wall art. There's lots of different ways of incorporating it. And once you then, of course, you've obviously got the template, which is already pre-printed. You can just get stitching. And the cotton that it's on is really lovely and durable. I can't remember exactly what she called it. I'd not heard of it before, but it's perfect for home furnishing because it is more durable. It is a bit thicker than your normal cotton, and you can see the weave really clearly. Now, our final colour is navy. You're still getting all of the same embroidery skeins. You're still getting your pre-printed panel. You're still getting your full instructions. You're still getting your hand sewing needle. This time you've got your mottle blue, and you've also got all of the same colour DMC skeins, which Catherine picked out personally for this project. But she also said, if you've got lots of skeins in your stash, how lovely would this look to do in blue and white? This would look really nice in blue and white as well. Like a Delft pottery sort of finish to it. That would look lovely. $24.99. So one of our favourite hand sewn techniques is sashiko. It's a Japanese sewing technique. I'm just going to grab these, sorry. Oh. We've got, do you want to do the white panels first? The Christmas, we've got Serenity, Purity. Let's start with Christmas. We've got a Christmas one. So this is what the panel looks like once it's stitched. Well, I say once it's stitched. This is what the panel looks like anyway, but then once it's stitched, it will look like that as well. And you can choose to take elements from it. You don't need to stitch it all. But those of you that are thinking, oh, that looks complicated, it's literally a running stitch. It is literally just a running stitch, as simple as up and down, up and down, up and down. Those of you that have watched any of our sashiko shows with Susan Briscoe, with Cara Ackerman, you will have probably heard it gets very, very addictive indeed. It is a lovely therapeutic hand stitch technique designed with big chunky thread, nice big needle. You have a nice big ironing needle, easy to do. For anybody who wants to have a go at sashiko, please have a read up on it as well, because it's such an interesting technique. But it's a pre-printed panel. Please do not wash it prior, as all of your markings will disappear. So if you just want one that you don't want the season greetings or the snowflakes, you just want to do it, you can make it all up and then wash it, and the other elements that you didn't want to stitch will disappear. We also have Serenity. This would be lovely for your new house cat. Cat's got a very sort of Japanese influence on her new decor, and this would be beautiful. What would you do? What would you use it with? Would you have it as a wall hanging? Yeah. She says I'd probably end up framing it. It would look absolutely lovely, wouldn't it, all framed? Oh, you should get one. Definitely get one, Cat. £19.99 for your Serenity. This one, let's have a look at Purity. Which one do you prefer? I think there's more stitching on Purity. This is the Purity. It's £19.99. The finished size of it is 12-inch square. Do you know, me and Kat, we often send each other our screen time, you know, when it comes up and tells you how long you've been on your phone for each day. And it's like, oh, maybe I need to try and sort that out. That long, really? I spent that many hours a day on my phone. So, I mean, I've started doing some knitting to try and get my screen time down. But Kat said, this will get my screen time down, won't it? Do it, do it, do it. And I love the fact that you've got your lovely lilies or lotus flowers. You know that you can see exactly where you'll be stitching. She's ever so demanding, isn't she, Jo, today? Jo's huffing and puffing today. £19.99 for your 12-inch square. You could change colours as well. You could do lots of really bright colours. We've got sashiko thread. Now, there is a difference between sashiko thread and embroidery thread. Sashiko thread, you don't strand it, basically. You don't take the strands apart. You use all the strands. Now, we've got some really fun variegated threads. Traditionally, sashiko was always on indigo and with like a white or an off-white thread, but now, I mean, there's so many beautiful threads that are there. We've got the pink and blue, £1.79, and this is from Olympus, I believe. Is it from Olympus? Olympus are really, really, really renowned quality. You get 20 metres on this skein. It is worth absolutely investing in the right tools for the trade. So there's some lovely needles on the website as well, the sashiko needles that you can get, and on all of the different coloured skeins. There's loads available. We've got lots of different colours. We just thought we'd highlight a couple of them. They're 100% cotton. This is going to be nice for Serenity. or Purity. It's only £1.99. Only £1.99. 100% cotton. You've got your blues into your purples. You've got your greens. Kat's got some. Kat's going to do some. You have to put it on the fan page, Kat, afterwards. Deal. She says, I will. Which one have you gone for, Purity or Serenity? Serenity. And this colour. You might need a couple of these skeins to do it. I'm totting up a basket total, aren't I? You might need some Sashka needles as well, Kat. We've also got some solid colours. Can we start with these ones, please? Because these are like your traditional colours. The white one on any of your blue panels, for example, is going to look amazing. £4.99. Now, these are bigger skeins. You've got 40 metres on here. 40 metres. It's not white. It's, I'm going to say, a crew. Yes, a crew. So it's slightly off white, which gives it almost like that antique finished look anyway. £4.99. Can I just say, this is a really, really, really good price as well. Really good price. We also have navy. I remember when we bought these in and Susan Briscoe was a bit shocked on how we could get these at these prices, wasn't she? Oh, it'll be so lovely when we can have her back in the studio. I know that she lives very, very far away. She lives up near Scotland. And Jenny McCreary, it'll be lovely when we can have her in as well. She lives in Glasgow. Right, we also have 3 other colours. Now, these are your bumper packs. These are all 100 metre skeins, which are ideal. So if you are going to do, hang on, why are these the same price as 40 metres? Definitely get this. This is brilliant value, Kat. Oh, Kat, definitely get it. What about the ochre or the blue? The grey, 100 metres. Is £4.99. If you got your variegated, I'd probably go ochre. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just helping Kat out with her shopping. She's very excited about starting her Sash Go. We've got ochre, running the graphics for Kat. If you want 100 metres, we're honouring the price. It's £4.99. £4.99. I think that is definitely a mistake. That's a lovely golden ochre as well, isn't it? It's so exciting. Kat said, oh my word, it's not over 9 o'clock and I've spent so much money this morning. But how lovely would this be as a project to do on your hammock? This time last year, Kat was starting all her EPP. She says, I've still not finished it. Still not finished it. This is something that you can do and it's quite achievable. The panel is one that you're not going to be spending months and months and months. Joe, are you doing some as well? Joe's got a Sash Go panel. Right, I feel left out now. Which one are you getting, Joe, or which one have you got? Oh, you've got one already. Got one a while ago. He's just getting some thread. He's got some ochre thread. £4.99. Remember, this is 100 metres. This is the one that Susan Briscoe was really shocked at and she could not get at this price. I think it's wrong. How is it the same price as the 40 metres? Brilliant. Now, very quickly, just as we were talking about different navy panels, we've got the cranes. I will quickly whiz through these. Cranes are so symbolic in Japanese culture. And you can see how clear all of your stitches are. So you can almost see what it looks like when it's going to be finished. And it's up to you whether you want to use just one solid colour, whether you want to use different colours, whether you want to use it for a cushion front, for a bag, for wall art. £12.99. Oh, I tell you what, that with variegated thread over the wings would look stunning. You could have it as one panel of a quilt, just a central panel of a quilt, couldn't you? One block. Dragonfly. It's up to you which one you want. I mean, it's definitely worth having a read up on all of these different which ones you're drawn to, because I think they're really lovely to give as gifts to people as well. The dragonflies, it's a different one, Joe. It's got dragonflies, and it's also got what looks to me almost like is it the Seven Treasures one? Look at that. Oh, that looks so cool. Sally Ann Harrison, morning everyone. Oh, Sally Ann, I'm not going to see you for ages, am I? She says, morning everyone, love Sashko. It's so super relaxing. Absolutely lovely. Have you got Sashko needles, Joe? Or do you need some? Yeah, you will need some. Kat's just sorting her brother out as well with all of these different bits and bobs. We've got Seasons, 12-inch square. Oh, they're singing in my ear. You can tell that these two are brother and sister, you know. Although you think your harmonies would be on point by now. I imagine you guys, from when they were young, to be like the Von Trapp family, always singing in the car. And did you used to always sing together? They're a very musical family, you see. Okay, I've got Noshi and I've got Autumn. 12 by 12 is the finished size. I remind you, please, please, please do not pre-wash this. All of your markings will disappear. Or don't iron it either with steam. Be careful of any water. £12.99. We've got the last one, which is Autumn. How is it already 9 o'clock? I know. I'm so sorry that we've not got through hardly anything on this desk. We'll bring back the seams in the last hour. Anything else that we want to carry over, we will. It's all on the website though. So please do have a look. If you've bought anything this hour, check out as soon as you can. £12.99. We've now shown you all of our panels. These are the smaller 12 by 12 panels. So if you are starting out Sashko, they'd be brilliant for beginners. Everything's there for you, and it's almost just filling in the dashes. You literally just follow the lines, and it is just as simple as a running stitch. So if you are starting out, then this is brilliant for beginners and so effective. Oh, Lucy, don't say that. She says it looks like your bump's dropped. That always happens at the end of pregnancy, and she's done a scared face for me. How exciting, you're looking amazing. Kat says, no, we're not ready yet. We've still got another 4 hours to do. I know, I do feel like it's got lower. 3 shows, Kat's saying to me. 3 more shows. Yeah, I did text Kat this morning because I thought, if I'm a bit late, then she's going to go into panic. So I did leave a little later this morning because I couldn't find my car keys. And I did text Kat saying, don't panic. I am on the way, but I've just lost my car key. But no, I agree, Luce. Anyway, are you ready for Rosie Rabbit? We have already had people checking out on pre-order. Have a look on the website over the next couple of minutes while we get Deb on. We're really excited to introduce you a brand new pattern with lovely Debbie after this.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hi, I'm Debbie Harris and I'm so excited to be one of the new guest designers here on Sewing Street. I live and work in Melton Mowbray in Leicestershire, where I run my own knitting and sewing business called Mabel and Deb. I specialise in sewing and knitting and crocheting, and I've been doing all of those three things from being a little girl when my mum taught me all things knitting, crochet and sewing. Started off just crocheting little chain stitches and granny squares, and then actually patchwork sewing little hexagons, and they're still my favourite shape to sew now. I used to be a school teacher. For over 20 years I was teaching in classrooms and just had the knitting and the crochet and sewing as a background hobby, but now I get to do this as my job, and I'm absolutely passionate about it and really want to share all that passion and excitement with you guys. A tip that I think is worth sharing with you is always use quality materials. So whether that's your fabrics or your threads or wool, the difference in the quality of your materials can really make a difference to your finished project. And always use the right tools. So whether it's a rotary cutter or a pair of scissors that are specially made for that job, that too can make all the difference. My claim to fame in 2020 was being one of the winners of the Great British Make Off here on Sewing Street when I did my debut sewing demonstration in November last year. And it was just a wonderful experience, and I'm so excited to be here on my Sewing Street journey with you all, bringing you lots of tips, techniques, and looking forward to doing lots of exciting projects with you throughout the year. So lovely to meet you, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Bye.
Hello, welcome back. We've just seen the little advert there of the Juki machine, which we're not trusted with here, are we? Debbie said this morning, can I try the Juki? It's a good thing about being here, isn't it? It's like, right, I've got to try all the good gadgets, haven't I? We don't actually have it, so she's going to be using the NX7. Gary has got the UX8, which you've just seen the advert for. We have got stock availability though, so we'll talk about it later on at 12 o'clock. But you will see Debbie with the NX7. I don't think we've got any of those. Yeah, we're going to wait, and we're going to be able to get them back in stock soon. Now, how adorable is Rosie? We absolutely love her. We had a full photo shoot with her this morning. Look at her with the daffodils, looking fabulous. She's just there waiting for, waiting for a friend to go out for coffee on the bench. She's so cute. And I love the attention to detail with the embroidery on the face, the little pink ears to match her dress. And of course, you're going to be able to make lots of different outfits for her. Oh yeah, I don't know why I just checked that, but she is wearing her knickers. How weird's that? I don't know why I just thought, I wonder if she's got her pants on. I think it's because yesterday, Elliot gave us a fright yesterday. He said to us, oh, it's St. Patrick's Day and I haven't worn my pants. I've forgotten my pants. So I was just checking that Rosie's come dressed for the television. But how lovely is she? Now, loads of you have already checked it out on the kits. Now, we've got 3 different kits. The fleece version, we've only got one fleece version, which is the one that you can see has been made up here. And you know what I said to Deb earlier? I said, I bet actually, the fleece option is quite forgiving on your stitching because your stitches are just buried within the sort of pile of the fleece. So you get loads of fleece, enough to make 2. Enough to make 2 of your rabbits at $23.99. So you get your fleece, 1/2 metre, which is extra wide. It is obviously, be aware, it's obviously bulkier than quilting cotton. So if you're doing toy making potentially for the first time, then we've got some quilting cotton options, which is what Deb actually used when she first designed Rosie, was the quilting weight cottons, but it does work really, really well in the fleece. Then her dress is made, and her ears, accents are made using your 2.5 meters of your pink and your floral print, which is lovely, isn't it? Remember though, this is to make 2, and you will have plenty of fabric to be able to do that. £23.99 plus. Do you want to see how comprehensive this is? It's brilliant. Now you will have a nice glossy one. Ours didn't arrive in time, so what we've done is we've just printed it out this morning, but you will get full clear instructions with photographs, with lots of text, really, really clear. I mean, the pictures are big, aren't they? Photographs are great so that you can see exactly how everything is done. And of course, you will have today's demo to go over as well. You also have your templates included as well. So that's option number 1. We also have, that's very, very popular, by the way. Please do check out now if you want the fleece option. Shall we do the blue with the pastels? So if you've got any embroidery skeins before, in the last hour, they'd look beautiful to be able to embellish her dress. I know Deb's put some rick-rack on, but you could do all sorts of outfits, couldn't you? Oh, she's so cute. So I suppose I'll speak to Deb, but because you've got 0.5 meter of each, you're going to be able to choose what colour do you want your bunny rabbit. You could have a lilac bunny rabbit. You could have a white rabbit. You could have them however you want. You could even do a bit of a patchwork rabbit. So an arm in blue, a leg in purple. You can mix and match it. There's the same fabric of each. Now with this kit, we've also put a black skein for the embroidery on the face. And you also get your instructions. Oh, I haven't mentioned, in all the kits, you get your toy filling. All of the kits, you get a big bag of toy filling, which should probably be enough for both anyway. You'll have enough toy filling in there for two rabbits. So that's another beautiful kit. You will, again, be able to make 2 Rosie rabbits. I'd love to see that coming together in the lilac and the blue. Please do post the pictures on the fan page as well when you've made them, because we would love to see them. We want to see whole families of rabbits. So our final kit, and in fact we'll see this coming together a bit more actually, because Deb's going to be working with this one. We both said the same thing this morning. We said it looks like the Guess How Much I Love You rabbit in this colour. Oh, you could get the Guess How Much I Love You fabric on the website and make a little Guess How Much I Love You dress, couldn't you? So you've got the tan, you've got pink, and look, this is from Little Noah, which was also launched on my baby shower show. I love that fabric, absolutely love it. Deb has done the body in the tan, the ears in the pink, and then she's going to do the outfits, I think, with this one. You also get a black skein, you get your full instructions and templates, and you're getting your toy filling as well, which is super soft Trimmets filling. £23.99. And once you've got your templates, you'll be able to make loads of bunny rabbits, lots of rabbits. And she is just absolutely adorable. I love her. Just £23.99. Now we do also have an option if you've got lots of fabric at home, if you do lots of toy making or lots of sewing, you don't need as much fabric as that actually. As I said, that's to make 2 rabbits. But if you do want the instructions on their own, then £9.99. And they are really comprehensive. I mean, generally with toy making patterns, you sort of only see a couple of pages, where have you got loads here, very, very similar. Well, you have got so many pages here. Now you've got how many pages here? There's loads, plus you're getting your templates, don't forget as well. Yeah, you'll get your templates as well, so there's 13 pages plus your templates as well, all of your instructions to be able to make lovely Rosie rabbits. Also, Deb gives you a link to where you can make the tote bag. Now you can see, we will see in a second behind Deb, there's loads of little rabbits. You can see it here as well on the front of the instructions. The little tote bag. So Deb will also offer you, and it's in the pattern where to go to get the free pattern for how to make the tote bag as well. So we're really, really excited to see all of the Rosie Rabbits on Facebook. Loads of love for Rosie this morning. £9.99 for your instructions on their own. Fantastic. The most popular at the moment is the fleece. Really lovely. And then neck and neck are the other two. Neck and neck are the other two. So we'll go through any other bits and bobs as we go along with Deb. How are you? It's so lovely to have you back.
Oh, thank you very much. It's so nice to be back.
I feel like we were saying time is a really weird thing at the moment because it feels like ages ago since you were here in the studio. But I suppose because we're on Facebook talking a lot.
Yeah, it feels like we see each other. And I see you every day. When you're on, I'm with you at home. I'm here in spirit.
Oh, thank you. We love Rosie. Lots of love for Rosie already.
Aww.
When did you design her?
Oh gosh, how long? Not that long ago. A couple of months ago.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah, I just love the bunnies, and I love teddies anyway. I've always collected teddies, and she's just cute, and she's in time for Easter, an Easter bunny.
Absolutely perfect.
And I love making her. I've tried to simplify it as well, so it looks quite complex in a few details, but I've just tried to do it really simply, so it's doable.
So when you designed her, you initially designed her in cotton, in quilting weight cotton.
Yeah, I hadn't made her in fleece until this one that you've got. Yeah. But yeah, I did her in the quilting weight cotton.
Right.
But definitely the fleece is more forgiving when especially when you're hand sewing the ears and the arms and legs on. It's a bit more forgiving, the fleece. You have to be a bit neater with your sewing when you're doing it with the cotton weight, the quilting weight cotton. But it's a nice, easy make, I think.
Oh, brilliant. So for anyone who's new to toy making, as I said, sometimes when you get toy patterns, it can be literally one page and small diagrams, whereas it's so thorough. Your pattern is really, really comprehensive. So it holds your hand through. So for anybody who is new to toy making, it's ideal.
Yeah, I just wanted it, when I'm following a pattern, I kind of write a pattern then how I like to follow it. So there's a picture for every instruction. There's a photo that this is how you do it. Yeah. So if you're not sure, you can look at the photo to get an idea.
Absolutely, and they're really nice big pictures, aren't they? They're brilliant. Kath said, morning Deb, Rosie Rabbit Kit is gorgeous. Good luck with your new website.
Oh yes, it's the launch of my new website today. Yeah.
Oh, is it today?
It's today, yeah.
Oh, very exciting.
So lots of work gone on behind the scenes getting that ready, because I just wanted to launch it with Rosie Rabbit today.
So is this with your son? Has he been helping you with?
No, not really. No, I've got my IT guru, Dave, and my Dave has been inputting away. We've had long days, putting the website together, and then uploading everything that I've made, and there's kits and there's wool because I've got wool on there, and a few haberdashery items. So I already sell online, but it just makes it so much easier for people to go and see everything I've got. There's links to my YouTube tutorials.
Oh, brilliant.
So it's just a package bringing it together now.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's exciting.
Yeah, we're very proud.
So in your instructions, you get your templates. Now, you've already cut your templates out. Would you suggest everybody sort of traces them out and puts them onto a card so you can keep them? And make more?
I always prefer the pattern templates to be on just lightweight card, not thick card. These, as you can see, are my original pattern, and just lightweight, so that it gives it a bit more structure. When you pin it to your fabric, it's just giving it a bit more structure, so it's not wobbly, because I like it to be quite precise.
It's very generous, all the kits, how much fabric you get, isn't it?
I think there's enough to make 2 rabbits in each of the kits. Or you could then go on to make a bag, the tote bag, or a picnic blanket, matching things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or make a boy and a girl.
Yeah.
So loads of options. So I traced the I didn't obviously trace it, but traced the pattern from the kits that you get, the instructions, onto card, just lightweight card, and then pin it onto the fabric. And because obviously you need the mirror image of some of the pieces. Yeah. So I do that to keep it simple, just half the fabric fold it in half, because you need 2 of the body and the head are together. So you need 2 of those. You need 4 legs. So on here you can just see I've just done 1. So when I trace around that in a minute, I would then trace around it again.
Yeah.
Same with the arm. With the ears, they're slightly different in that the way I've put the pattern together, I use a contrasting fabric for the inner ear. So you just need 2 of the outer ear in the fabric that you're using for Rosie, and then when you'll use whatever pattern or plain fabric you're using for the inner ear, then you cut 2 of the rabbit template ears for that.
Kate just said, "Oh, I've just spotted your welly pen pop.
Oh, this.
It's so gorgeous. Love it. I love seeing everybody's different accessories that they bring in, of pin cushions and pen pots and things. We've had a picture come in from Amanda. Said, hello everyone, Debbie, nice to see you. This is my Mabel. Oh, she was 11 on Monday. I love the name of your shop, obviously. I'm only in Northamptonshire, so where we can, I will pop over. That's from Amanda and Mabel.
Oh, lovely. Oh, look, another Mabel.
Is that Schnauzer? Oh, it's so cute.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, thank you,
my brother had a dog like that. Yeah, lovely. Oh, there's quite a lot of Mabels around.
Yeah.
I just think it's my Mabel, but I've not got exclusivity on her. She's such a big part of what I do because she just sits and loves the machine.
I think you should bring her in.
Yeah, we should do.
Would she just sit on the desk like
I'm
Paulo
not sure.
Grady's
She
job?
might be a bit nosy, mightn't she, here?
Yeah.
But she just sits and watches, and yeah, she loves it. She loves it.
So you've got your templates. You need to add your seam allowance, don't you?
Yeah. So with the templates, the best thing to do is to draw around the templates.
Yeah.
I'm using a friction pen, and when you draw around it, I'm just going to show you how to do just the leg, but they're all the same in the same technique. Draw around the leg, and then when you've drawn around it, what I do is you can remove the pattern piece, but you've got your leg there, and what I do then is put the pins back in so that it keeps the 2 layers of the fabric together. So I don't overdo it with pins.
No.
But obviously they've got their use, they're going to secure that together. And then I use pinking shears for this to cut around. You need to add the seam allowance on. That's quite important because if you cut to that line, you'll end up with a smaller rabbit.
Right.
So that is going to be your sewing line.
Okay.
So I just thought if I'm using someone else's pattern, you cut it out on the line, and then you're using your machine to alter the seam allowance. So I thought actually I would do this, so that's the sewing line.
Oh, that's good.
So you're just following that line. So then I'm going to cut out the leg.
With pinking shears?
With pinking shears, because then, you don't have to use pinking shears. I just think it helps because then you don't have to cut so much into the seam when you're preparing to turn it out, because your pinking shears are doing that for you.
Oh, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah, I just think it makes it a bit quicker. And
well, you'd be cutting them out and then you would be going around with your pinking shears.
Yeah, or cutting into the seams. And the other reason why I did it was because there's a lot of quite fiddly hand sewing. Once you've filled the leg or the arm or the body, there's quite a lot of sort of hand stitching of the seams together. So by using your pinking shears here, it stops it fraying.
Oh, great.
So it's still in its shape when you finish sort of filling it and getting it ready to put on the body.
Brilliant. Pinking shears are just $14.99.
So that's just worth considering, to draw around the pattern. That's your sewing line, and you'll see on the pattern when it comes that there's 2 lines drawn on the actual pattern like this, and that shows you that is the area that you're going to leave open to fill.
Right. Okay.
So I've tried to leave a smaller space to be able to fill it as I can, and I tend to sew about all the way around the edge and about 1 inch from the top of that front of the leg.
Right. Okay.
Because otherwise it's a bit tight when you're trying to turn it out.
How was your play with the machine?
I've been waiting to have a go on a Juki for such a long time.
What machine have you got at home?
I've got a Singer, and I love my traditional Singers.
Right.
Oh, I love it. I mean, it's a newish one.
Yeah.
but it's not all singing and dancing like this. So I was quite keen when I see Wendy and they all kind of have a go on it, don't they?
Yeah.
So I thought I'll have a go. So I'm hoping it's going to be kind.
Yeah.
We've made friends.
Good.
Because it's all singing or dancing, so it's got the it's got a lot of features that mine hasn't, like cutting the threads and automatic putting the foot down, press a foot. So let's have a go.
Good luck. Amanda, you haven't got a schnauzer, have you? She's messaged in saying Mabel is a wire fox terrier.
What? Yeah.
Oh, wire fox terrier.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm hiding behind the daffodils here, aren't I? Jill, Debbie was a business studies teacher. I don't think I've met her other than in passing. Kath, they were just talking on the page saying, "Oh, do you know Debbie then?" So were you a business? Are you a business studies teacher?
I was. I'm not.
No.
Not anymore. But that's what I did for 20 years, teaching in secondary schools, IT and business studies. So I mean, I loved it for a long time, but it's a different job. I mean, especially in the pandemic. So I'm just sewing very steadily round the end of the foot to get that round shape. So you can either go steady with your needlework, or you can obviously stop and just move the foot. Keep your needle down so that you're not losing your place. And you can see how it's quite important to sew on that line that you've drawn.
Okay.
And I'm just taking the pins out as I go because you don't need them in at this point. So I'm going to sew up to just about an inch from the top of the front of the leg, and make sure you either do a lock stitch or back stitch to secure that seam.
Do you think you could do this in calico?
Yeah, you
Make
could.
I
love using calico for things. So there's your leg stitched out. So you could iron, because I've used the friction pen, you could obviously iron over that to just iron out the lines, but you're not going to see them.
No, that's on the inside anyway.
It'll be on the inside, but I just give it I like to set the stitches by just giving it an iron. And then it's turning that or turning it out. I'm just going to cut that little thread.
Do you use anything in particular to turn your...
To turn out, yes. I've got I like my little pointy tool.
Yeah.
And a crochet hook.
Oh, okay.
Because it's quite narrow.
Yeah.
The pointy tool can be, especially for the arm,
sometimes too thick.
Bit big. So I think a crochet hook is handy here. So you're just turning that out. But it is fairly... It's
not too narrow though. You know, some of the, like for example, Tilda dolls or different ones that are really slim limbs that are virtually impossible to turn through.
Yeah.
Whereas these aren't too.
They're not too bad. Difficult. Not too difficult, and you can just sort of tease the fabric out as you go, and just open it out.
Do you crochet then as well, Deb?
Oh yeah, crochet and knits.
Do you?
Yeah, I love my crochet, yeah.
Kat's saying I've seen some of your bits and bobs on the fan page, on the Facebook page actually. Have you put some things on?
Yeah. And
on your
like
Facebook page.
Rosie Rabbit here, I've knit
outfits.
her a little cardigan.
Oh, cute.
So there's a pattern for that. Yeah. I like all three, knitting, sewing, crocheting. They're just so nice and therapeutic, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is the leg, nearly turned out. So just make sure you're getting into that because it is quite a small doll. It's quite important to push those seams out. So there it is turned out, and then you get your stuffing, which there's loads of.
Okay, brilliant.
I mean, this was a full bag, and I've filled that, Rosie, that you've got.
Oh my word, you've got
there's
loads
left.
Loads.
So make sure when you're filling the right at the ends, just make sure that you're sort of pulling the filling apart so it's got nice and it's not got any firm bits together. And then just, especially when you're filling right at the end, quite small bits to stuff with. And then just poke that down. I use the other
So just go bit by bit to make sure you're getting into all the nooks and crannies.
Yes, because if you put too much in, then you'll end up with a ball and it'll just be a bit stiff. So it's best to, it takes quite a while actually. I just like to do the sewing and then sit in front of the TV, cup of tea, and do the stuffing. It's quite nice. So you just keep doing that until, I like it quite full. So keep going until it's quite firm, because then you'll have the shape that you want.
Your number one fan's watching. Biggest fan here, already enjoying the show, doing a brilliant job. I'm a very proud son.
Oh!
I might have to buy one of these, Nathan said. There you go. Yeah, you've got to. If you're a number one fan, then you've got to buy all the kits, all 3 colourways. That's it.
I think you should. Nathan is a. I bet he's not said this. He's a cross stitcher.
Is he?
So when he was, he's going to love this. Me sharing his big secrets. So I used to cross stitch a lot before I had the boys, got 2, and cross stitch. And he used, well, he still does.
Yeah.
He's designed his own London Tube map.
Oh wow!
On a spreadsheet. Cross stitch pattern, and he's got that.
We've got to get him on then.
Yeah, he's fab. Does all the stitches the right way.
Will he come on the telly?
Yeah.
Come on, Nathan.
Yeah,
You've got to come
on,
and do some cross stitch.
Show us how you do it. I mean, I taught him everything he knows.
Oh, there you go. So it's going to be brilliant.
Stop it. So yeah, I'm not going to show you any more of filling the body and the legs.
You have to stuff as more than you think, don't you?
Oh gosh, yeah. For all I've not used a lot,
yeah,
you do have to keep going. And here is Rosie, sort of almost done, filled. Okay. So you can see now the body's quite soft. I mean, you can fill it as much as you want, I guess. But the arms and the legs, especially the feet. She's not very graceful, is she? Though? She needs a little panties on. They're quite firm. And make sure when you're filling the head and the neck, that needs to be quite firm as well, because you want it to hold itself up. So one thing I will say about the legs, so that I quite like her to be able to sit up.
Yeah.
So in order for her to do that, this is why I've left that inch down from the top of the leg, fill just up to that inch line from the top. And then if you just sew across, so let me show you, even though it's not full, you can see what I mean, that you can fold then the seam together. So fold those 2 seams together and sew across there.
Right, okay.
And that will keep the stuffing secure.
Keep it low.
And it will then enable Rosie's legs to be
independent
and loose like this.
She can do the splits.
So she can, I'll do that when she's got her pants on. So yeah, that's what I did there. So then you're left with, you do the same for obviously the other leg, do the same for the arms and the ears. And as you can see, that's what I was saying about the ear. The back I've done in the same colour fabric as Rosie, and the front I've done in the contrast, but some of them I've done in the contrast to match the dress. Have
you got interfacing in those to make them stand up?
No.
Oh, really?
No, just I think because of the size of them, because they're quite narrow. And what I have done in this one, I didn't do it on the others, but again, I like, when I'm making things, I like them to be individual as well. Yeah. So this one, you can see I've top stitch on the inner edge of that, on the inside of the ear. So that gives it a bit more structure as well, I guess. So I've prepared the other ear a little bit because I hand sewed all the ends together. So you could use your machine, but I prefer to hand stitch across where I'm hand sewing. So when you've filled your limbs, if you like, you then turn the ends in. This is where it's good for those with them being pinking shears. It's not frayed. Turn it in, and you can see on the top of the arm, you can see there, how I've then turned the seam in and just hand stitched across.
Right, okay.
And then hand stitched onto the body.
Right.
And it's a good idea to use your friction pen again if you're not sure where to put the arms and legs.
Yeah.
And the legs are fairly straightforward because I've lined those up to the edge of the sort of the hips really.
Okay.
But with the arms, they're shaped. They've got like a crescent shape, almost where the shoulders are. So they fit there quite nicely.
Right.
So with the ears, I'm just going to hand sew the other ear on so she doesn't look lopsided, bless her.
Oh, and you've got like a little tuck as well to give the shape to the ear.
Yes, and I think that also gives it that structure.
Okay.
So yes, I sewed the ear and then folded it in half.
Right.
And that gives it that little pleat so that it's shaped. And yeah, it holds its shape really well.
Yeah.
So the way I did the ears, when I folded them, I did fold them in half, but not all together in half. Can you see there? I've just left, I don't know, about 1/8 of an inch.
Okay.
So that is the outer edge. So you're not seeing any of that colour of the sort of inner fabric.
Right.
When it's attached to the side of her head. So if you prefer, I mean, I kind of, I like to just go with what I feel really when I'm putting things on, but you can use your ear as a template, pop her there, pop the ear there, line it up with the other side, and then you could draw with your friction pen and mark where you're going to pop it on, so that if you do then lose it a little bit, you can see where you want it to go.
I like
and
that you can see
pin.
your stitching as well. I do like that handmade finish to it, that you see your stitching.
Yeah, yes, I quite like it. It's what it is, isn't it? It's a hand-stitched, handmade toy rather than it being perfection. It's that's what adds to it, I think.
Is there any particular thread that you need to use to stitch them on? Do you use just your normal cotton?
Yeah, I just use the normal cotton that I'd used with all the other, and obviously match it to the colour of the material.
Okay.
But yeah, nothing special for this bit, just the normal cotton. So I'm going to hand stitch this on, and try, even though it's nice to get your stitching obviously neat, try and it doesn't matter if it looks hand stitched, but it wants to be as neat as you can get it. So I just used almost like a slip stitch, just really tiny stitches alternating between the actual Rosie herself and the ear or the arm or the leg, whatever it is that you're
I think you can get away with a lot when you're using a matching thread, can't you, actually?
You can, yeah, because once it's sewn in, it just blends in, doesn't it, with the fabric you're sewing it onto. So I can take that pin out now.
And like you said, the fleece forgives it even more so, doesn't it?
Oh, the fleece is so forgiving. I'd not actually sewn with fleece before.
No.
And I thought it might be a bit more movable than it is, but actually when it goes under the needle, it's really nice. It's very forgiving when you're hand stitching onto it. So I've sewn across the outer edge of the ear, and then what I did, because you kind of at first want to be quite delicate with it, but you can just then fold that ear down and then sew on the inner edge so that you've got that's nice and secure. Because what you don't want, although it's not to toy standard, it's not a toy in terms of safety standards, you do want it to be on there quite securely. So just hand stitch, really tiny stitches, as small as you can, but with that secure, so it's nice and tight.
Suzanne said, what about the eyes? Are they plastic? It's hard to tell on the screen.
So I've used buttons for the eyes, yes. They're tiny craft buttons.
Oh yeah, they are really tiny.
I love. I've brought a little bag of them to show you. They're the tiniest craft buttons.
Could you use your embroidery skein to just do like French knots or?
Yeah. Or you could do a satin stitch.
Yeah, okay.
The same as I've done for the nose.
Oh, I love the nose. It's like almost looks like a heart shape.
Yeah, it's a heart shape. So when I tie off the ear, I'm just going to pull the thread through further back and then just snip that off. And then because you've used your friction pen, you can then, I feel awful doing this, sorry Rosie, you could just iron that away.
Oh, you could get the hairdryer out, couldn't you, I suppose?
Yeah, if you felt like that was too brutal ironing her head. And there she is with her ears.
Oh,
and I quite like it that they're not, you know, they are symmetrical, but it's okay that they're not absolutely perfectly matched, you know, matchy, yeah. So yeah, the buttons, really tiny buttons. So I sewed those on in the same way, using the same, you can use obviously a dole needle. What I found with a dole needle, because the button is so small, I've got a little packet of some here. You can see how tiny they are.
Oh my word, they are teeny tiny.
Look, they're so teeny tiny. I love these. They're perfect for eyes and the dress, just to decorate the dress. You can't get the dole needle, the eye, through the little holes in the button.
Okay.
So, but because her head is so narrow, I found that using a normal, just the same needle that I've sewn on everything else, and the way I did that, just as an extra sort of tip, put just one knot in the thread. Right, because when I'm doing the knot, I'll sort of wrap the thread around 2 or 3, or about 4 times. Just do 1 or 2. And then I'm going to just show you here, because obviously I can't show you with the eyes, I've already done them. Pop it through one of the holes on the button like that. Yeah. And then as you go through, straight through to the other side, when you pull it through, actually you don't need the button on at first. You then just pull it through, so it gently tug it, but so that the knot stays on the other side. Okay. So it's buried inside, yeah. And then it's just a case of going up and down through the button and then back through the other side. Right. So that's how I put the eyes on.
And I suppose just pulling it slightly as well gives it even more shape on the face, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's just getting the tension right, isn't it? Because if you pull it too tight, then they can look a bit odd. But yeah, they're nice and secure, so that they just pull the eyes in, so they look like they've got sockets around the eyes.
What was that? Did you say, Kat? Sorry. Because it's a smaller face, the normal size needle can still fit through. You don't need a longer needle to be able to go through, do you?
No, because it's quite narrow there. So a dole needle is perfect, but as I say, a dole needle won't go through those little holes. Depends what buttons you use. But yeah, that needle, that's just a normal, quite a small needle actually. Yeah. And it goes straight through. You can see it goes straight through really easily. So I went through, I don't know, 7 or 8 times till they were nice and secure. And then when you're finishing the eyes, the same, put the knot, just knot it slightly, lightly on the outside. And then as you pull it through, it secures that knot on the inside, so it's buried inside Rosie's head.
Nice.
So then for her face, her features, her heart-shaped nose.
Oh, the nose is so cute.
Yeah, and her mouth. So again, I used a friction pen. It's my best friend, especially for toy making. And just really gently draw on the heart. Now, you don't have to do a heart. You could do however you like. And you could make it as big or as small as you want to. And then you just go down the seam line, and then the mouth just comes up from underneath. So you can see what it looks like. And then if you're not happy with it, you can just iron that away and draw it on again. Yeah, so it's good to have. It's quite a simple face. If people are I've not done a template for that on the pattern. I didn't. I just left that sort of freehand. But if anybody wants the template, I can send them that for the with
Oh, but look at it all done. I love that heart nose.
With the fleece fabric, it was a bit more tricky to do the satin stitch for the nose, because you've got to cover the fleece, if you like.
So you don't have to do as many stitches, or do you use a stranded cotton then to do this?
Yeah, so it's just the skein. You get the black one with your kit. I use a pink one for the nose, and I just separate it, so I'm just using two threads. Nathan will like this bit because he's used to this with his cross stitch. To be fair, I think his friends and everyone, they know.
They do now.
They do now. But I think they do. One of his other friends who we went to uni with, he also started cross stitching. It's catching. So just get the
It's nice though, isn't it? It's, like you said, it's very mindful and therapeutic doing hand stitching.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy hand stitching?
I do. Yeah, I really do. I like, I mean, this is when I sort of got back into sewing last year. It's so much more difficult to thread a needle when you're
on
got
the telly.
cameras in front of you. Do it 100 times.
You're a natural. You're brilliant.
100 times at home. But yeah, when we were in lockdown, that's what started me off sewing again. Doing the hexagons, English paper piecing. And that's what started me off. And I thought, I'd quite like another machine, and off we went. So for the nose, I'm not going to spend too long on this because I just want to get round as well to her dress and pants because they're quite tricky. But with the nose, what I did was start embroidery, and I'll leave that thread out. And I would go round the edge of her nose, the outline, following your line that you've drawn with your friction pen. Quite small stitches to start with. Go just round the outline edge.
Julie, the only option, the only colour option in the fleece is the grey. That's the only fleece that we have. We don't even have it on its own at the moment, Julie. I think we got it in especially for this. So, no, I'm sorry, we haven't got any more fleece. We'll have to ask and try and get some more in because it is lovely in the fleece. I do like it in the tan though as well.
Yeah. Tan's really nice.
And because you've got 1/2 metre of each, it doesn't matter which way you do it. You could do a pink bunny, couldn't you? Or
yeah, you could do a
bunny,
pink bunny and then do the beige colour, the sandy colour for the inside of the ears, or coordinate it with her pants or a dress. So that's just how I started. The nose obviously carries on, but in the black. And then I just did the outline of the nose and then satin stitch. So by satin stitch, just the whole length. And you can see on the one that you've got, it's just, I did this 1/2 satin stitch like this. I mean, it's just so therapeutic. I love hand sewing actually. So I did that 1/2 and then that 1/2.
Nice.
And then that's her face done. So I'm going to leave Rosie there for now because I just wanted to show you the pants and the dress.
Brilliant. So important, isn't it, for your teddies and your dolls to have their knickers on, have their pants and a full wardrobe. We were doing Yarn Lane yesterday, and the crocheted bears that we had that had a better wardrobe than me, honestly, a full wardrobe. And I love that you can really go to town with the accessories, can't you, with Rosie?
Yeah, you can. And that I plan to do more. I was hoping to get the pattern for the dungarees done before I came on air, but
dungarees.
I was too busy with the website. But yeah, I wanted to do some little dungarees and like in the winter a duffel jacket.
Oh, brilliant!
Things like that, hats. So all sorts I've got planned for her. So for the dress, I've already cut mine out here. So obviously the measurements are on the pattern. Mm-hmm. I'm going to do those as a mirror image. So these are the squares or rectangles for the straps because she's got 2 little straps on her dress. That's the rick-rack that just goes on as decoration if you want it, or you could sew more buttons on. And then these are your front of your dress, and I've done the lining in the pink. Mm-hmm. So with the straps, it's just like doing sort of making your own bias binding. Just fold them in half. And this is the same actually technique as I used for the next project in my next hour.
Oh, the next project, by the way, is already selling on pre-order. All these Love from Beth patterns have been so popular. We've got less than 10 of the pattern on its own left already on the Love from Beth pattern, so please do be quick. Speaking of availability, the most limited now is the fleece. The fleece option with Rosie Rabbit. You can get the instructions on their own. That's your main graphic for $9.99.
So with the straps, I'm just folding the material in half and then in half again. So this is 2 inches wide. The instructions obviously explain how big it is. And then you just half it and half it again and then crease it there. So that makes your strap. Oh, iron. And then, no, I didn't try the zigzag stitch.
Oh, go for it. Be a rebel.
I'm loving it. I'm loving
There's
this
only
machine.
about 400 stitches on there to try.
I only need to...
Daring, going from a straight to a
I'd
zigzag.
forgotten about the zigzag stitch. It's fab. So just do a decorative stitch, or you could just do a straight stitch. But why wouldn't you use a little
oh, yeah.
design? Oh. So that's the zigzag. What I like about this machine is that cut off, how it just cuts the thread.
Oh, it's a game changer, isn't it?
Because it's way too hard to do it yourself.
And to lift the press of it yourself, could you imagine?
I don't know, I'm going to manage when I go back home. So they're the straps, so they've been top stitched down, so they're holding themselves in. And I'm going to turn that seam so that the edge where the folds are is on the outside. Just as long as they're going the same way, it doesn't matter too much. And then with the dress, this is where you just have to be not tricky. Let me just move that out of the way. So I'm just on the mat. It's just important to get them the right length apart, because obviously Rosie's only got a certain amount of across her chest here, and you want the straps to be in the right place. So fold so you've got the lining fabric there, and then I measured 4.5 inches, I'm just going to use the board, away from the edge. So 4.5 inches, and I just exactly where that 4.5 inch line is, place the strap. Same with the other side, 4.5. So making sure you're 1, 2, 3, 4.5. Making sure they look a little bit far apart actually, it must be on the 4.5 inch line. So that they're inside the dress like this on top of the lining, and then place your outer fabric for your dress face down. And then I would clip those straps in place, because you're going to then sew across this edge and it'll secure the straps in. So let's do this. So I want to be back on a straight stitch. And again, here with the dress and the pants, it's 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Okay.
Because for Rosie, you don't have to worry too much about the seam allowance, because you're sewing around that edge.
Yeah.
Whereas for the dress and the pants, it's 1/4 inch. So you go across both of the straps. Ooh, getting a bit faster on this posh machine, Vic.
There's a lot of people who are asking, by the way, about Nathan's cross-stitch patterns.
Are they? Oh, yeah. He needs to
Susan
come
has
on.
just said, "Hi ladies, difficult to find a cross-stitch design for a 15-year-old boy, which I'd want. The London Underground sounds fab. Any chance of seeing Nathan's design in the future?"
Yeah, absolutely.
You need to get talking
I'm not
to
sure.
Neil and
I'm not
Hayley.
sure how. Whether we need permission, because it's the London Underground.
Oh, that's true.
I'm not sure. We need to look at rights for that, Nathan.
Maybe
Need
it can
to
be
look
like,
into
yeah.
it. But it's so good, and it's quite big, and he did it all himself. Just coloured all the squares in on Excel, made the whole pattern himself, and
so
then
clever.
stitched it out. And then he's got it framed. It's amazing.
Don't get him on. We need to get him on.
Yeah, we'll have a family day out. We'll all be on. Charlie does all my filming and editing of my YouTube videos.
Right.
It'll just be a family affair, won't it, before long? So you can see now that those straps are in the perfect place for where they need to be. Now, it's okay that they're a little bit wide at the minute, because you might think, oh, hang on, Deb, they're too wide. But we're going to put elastic through the top of the dress so it fits her nicely. So to do that, I'm going to, again, use a zigzag stitch. I'm just trying as many stitches as I can while I'm here. To make a
You've
channel.
got one day, Deb, to use all of them.
I'm going to be here till 4 o'clock.
That's the best thing about coming in, isn't it? Trying out all the gadgets.
Oh yeah, I've been wanting to try this for ages. So I'm just going to leave about 1/2 inch gap from the top of the dress to where I'm sewing here, because that will then make the channel for the elastic. So I'm doing that in a zigzag. One, because it looks pretty, but also, and I'll show you in a second when I put the elastic through, it just gives the dress a bit more structure on the chest.
Okay.
Just makes it look really nice. Oh, I see. This has got on here, the speed.
Speed control.
So mine's got that at home, but this has got a tortoise and a...
Yeah.
It's Rosie Rabbit.
There you go, Rosie Rabbit.
How good is that? So now I can go a bit faster now, because I'm on hare speed, not tortoise speed. There we go. So that's top stitched across the top. And that's just the same colour thread that I've used for Rosie. It just looks really nice because it
does
contrasts.
look really lovely.
And then with the elastic, so cut enough so it's the same.
Bit of rick-rack, get it in there.
Bit of rick-rack, get out the way. And I'm looking for my little bodkin to just put through your elastic. Or you could use a safety pin here and push that through. And then, because it gives it a nice bit of structure because the dress is lined. It's nice, and you don't have to line it, but I just think it makes it more
it's
detailed.
Fancy. And it's nice actually that you've used the pink, which is matching the ears on this one.
Yeah.
It all matches in. Oh, and that one as well.
Yeah. So I've left the elastic like that. I'm not going to, and then you would place those two pieces together, right sides together. And so I'll just quickly do that actually. I just wanted to show you more of the pants, but it's all really well explained in the... Obviously, I would sew across here.
Okay.
With the rick-rack. So I would sew that on.
Oh, yeah, you could go to town.
And then those, you would sew those right sides together to do the hem of the dress.
Okay.
But just for speed, I'm just going to show you. If I just sew up here.
We've got about 5 minutes then still.
Oh, hang on. Oh, we've got time then, haven't we?
By the way, the fabrics that are in the background that you can see behind Debbie are the Moda fat quarters. I will show you them before the end of the hour. Oh, in fact, I'll show you them now. $99.99. Debs has also made a picnic blanket for them all because they'll be going out on picnics soon. We're all allowed out for picnics. So Rosie Rabbit and her friends are all just going on a picnic with the Moda fat quarters. These are all beautiful. They are all beautiful.
I love
It'd be nice doing it out of a fat quarter pack actually, because everything would be matching. Available on split pay as well. $49.99. It's a lovely collection. Really beautiful. Did you have this from home?
I bought that pack, the big pack.
Yeah.
Treated myself.
Oh, it's beautiful fabric,
and that is what inspired me to. I just saw it. I thought you need something springy and fresh, and that's
the ladybirds.
Yeah. Oh, the ladybirds is in that one. So lovely.
So you also will get on your. There's a link to get the free download for the. No.
It's a hard copy, so you can buy the pattern for the tote bag.
Brilliant, for the tote bag.
For the tote bag. So that's all on our website now that's live.
Fab, thank you.
Yeah, so there's the pattern for the bag and a knitted cardigan. So there's a knitting pattern for the cardigan as well.
Brilliant.
So for the dress, I've just quickly sewn the seam up at the back of the dress, and then with the elastic, just to get that nice and secure, this is what sort of brings it together. You just pull that. Now I tend to do this whilst Rosie's in it, because then
it's made to measure.
It's made to measure. You're her Rosie's personal tailor, and she looks so lovely when you start putting the dress on her. And then you can actually get, like you say, tailor it to her. But you're not sewing the clothes on. So if you wanted to use it. I mean, I can just imagine when I was little, I'd want to take the dress off and put it in a different dress. So you can do that, you can dress her. And then, it's upsetting me that needle is all through her face. So then you can see the straps fit right in the perfect position. And then they go across the back, across her shoulders. And then you sew those. I hand sew them, but you could take the dress off again and machine sew them. Onto the back of the dress there.
Brilliant.
Or you could cross them over to make them another little feature as well. So that's the dress, and you can see how that channel that I've made with that zigzag stitch, it just makes it quite nice and ruffled, the front of the dress there. So that's Rosie in her little dress, party dress. And then for the pants, they're done in the same way. Now the pattern that this comes with is about this size. You'll see when you get your pattern home. I left a bigger seam allowance on this one because I quite liked them quite big.
Big pants.
The pants.
Yeah.
I'm talking about myself here.
Bridget Jones.
Bridget Jones pants, because it depends how you want them. That pattern, they do fit really nicely onto Rosie. But you can see I then I drew that pattern out onto the card, and then I did almost in a 3/4 of an inch seam allowance round the edge of the pattern so that they're nice and big. and then cut them out. So you need 4 of those. And again, you'd need the mirror image because obviously you're going to sew them together so that they fit. So this seam is going across her front and her back.
Can you tell what they're talking about?
No,
no, sorry, me grinning away.
But I'm
We're just talking about different people's knickers now.
I could.
You can imagine.
I was just thinking about big pants and things, but we want it to be comfortable.
Carrie's just saying how much she loves her big pants.
You can't beat it, can you? I can't believe we're talking about this. So I would, of course, change the colour of my thread.
Okay.
I'm not going to now. So with these, place them in that way. So they're a mirror image. You've got 2 pieces of each. And sew down the outside seam. So this is the one that goes on the outside of the leg. So sew that one down first. Oh, I'm still on zigzag.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, stop it. There we go. Straight, straight, straight. And then just go back at the end, a couple of stitches.
Christine said, brilliant show this morning, Vix. Debbie, you are lovely.
Aww.
I just got an email to book a garden table at my favourite restaurant from the 12th of April. So excited.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's nice.
Can't wait, can we?
It's my birthday at the end of April and I've been looking like, oh, where can we go for a pub garden meal? I know I've got a baby. They keep reminding me. You'll have a baby by then, I know.
Still go out.
I can still go for a nice little lunchtime,
Definitely.
sit in a pub garden, can't I? I'm like, yeah, whatever, you won't be able to.
So with the little pants, I've sewn down that outside edge, set the seam with your iron, and then open that out. It's nice if you can open that seam, if you iron it flat like that.
Okay.
It just, I'm not a dressmaker at all.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh,
Rosie
but yes,
would
I
agree.
am. Now I am a dressmaker. But yeah, I do think so I always just iron to the side.
Okay.
But I think for this, it's nice if they're flat, opened out, because it just then gives them a nicer edge. And especially because you're going to make another channel at the top and the bottom for the elastic for the pants.
Right, okay.
So if that's flat,
yeah,
it then just makes it easier to do that. So then you would do that then, I only turn this over once because it's, no disrespect to Rosie, but she is just a toy. I didn't line the pants and I didn't go over twice there on that edge. So I just went over once because it's just the channel for the elastic. And then go across to make that channel. And you would do this for the leg as well. So that's your channel. Obviously, forgive the colour of the thread. It's just to save me changing it now. So that's your channel for the elastic for the top that goes around her waist. Mm-hmm. You do the same at the bottom which will be the top of the legs. And then when you've got both of those, imagine that's got the channel as well on both the top and the bottom.
Okay.
Then you put those 2 pieces together, because obviously that would be down there. And you sew this bit here down to the crotch, but not from the top. So you just sewing down from where the channel is, if that makes sense. Sounds more complicated than it is. So you'd sew it down there, keep that curve, and then just back stitch.
Your other son Charlie's now watching.
Oh, is he?
Mabel and I sat watching.
Oh, Mabel.
Don't want to rub it in, but I got a McDonald's breakfast. Whilst making Rose. Whilst making Rosie. Maybe you're making Rosie.
Oh, whilst I'm making Rosie, yeah.
Oh, definitely haven't broke the sewing machine, I promise. He says, love you.
Oh, bless him. He's cat sitting today because Mabel's on her own.
Could Charlie sew as well then?
No.
This is why probably the sewing machine's broken.
Yeah, he's better in front and behind the camera. So you can see now that's what they will start to look like. Imagine that that's pinned down, because obviously you're going to sew that. So that's your channel then for your elastic, and you can see the pants coming together.
Yeah, amazing.
So you sew down to there, and then you separate them again to make the trouser legs.
Lovely. It's all in the instructions,
It's all
isn't
in
it?
the instructions.
I'm so sorry, we've run out of time. I have no idea where that last
really quick,
part of the
doesn't
show's gone. It's gone really, really quick. Thank you ever so much.
Thank
we
you.
love Rosie.
Yeah, she's lovely. I hope everybody likes her. She's so quick and actually quite easy to make.
And like you said, for Easter.
Yeah, perfect.
Absolutely
To have on the
brilliant. Little
table.
Easter bunny. Speaking of Easter, look at all of these Easter eggs. I know, I kind of claimed these.
They
and
are.
Kat's like, no, Deb didn't say that you could have them, Vic. They're lovely, aren't they? So we've got Liberty options. We've got Michael Miller options. The Beth Studley pattern is already selling very, very quickly. That's coming up with Deb at 11 o'clock. So stay tuned for that. Just very, very quickly, we've got the pattern on its own, which is $9.99. If you have got fabrics at home, fleece looks lovely. If you've got the calico earlier as well, or just want to try out maybe a Liberty Rosie rabbit. Even just hints of Liberty, use calico and then just Liberty for the inside of her ears or the inside of her arms, or a Liberty dress on would be beautiful. So you've got your pattern, £9.99. All your templates included. They're thorough, really comprehensive instructions. And of course, we did go through lots of the techniques with Deb as well. This hour, so jot down today's date, which is the 18th of March, if you want to watch back on YouTube. We also have 3 bundles. The fleece has been one of the most popular, if not the most popular actually. 1/2 metre of your hot pink, 1/2 metre of your blue, and also your 1/2 metre of fleece. Plus you get your instructions and your toy filling for $23.99, and that's to make 2 bunny rabbits, and that's the bundle made up. There she is, ready for a pub garden with her daffodils. And then we've also got the tan that we're working with comes with a skein as well. So this time you get your skein, you get your instructions, you get your toy filling, and you get 3 1/2 metre pre-cuts of fabric in tan, pink, and the little Noah range, which is lovely. So after the fleece, this has been the most popular. It's really lovely. Don't let this one pass you by, because this is going to look lovely. I can't wait to see somebody make it up in the lilac maybe, or it's going to look gorgeous. You've got your skein, 1/2 metre of your blue, 1/2 metre of your lilac, and 1/2 metre of white. Plus you're getting your pattern, and you're also getting your toy filling. Message from Kath come in saying, brilliant demo, so clear and informative.
Oh, thank
Brilliant.
you.
Don't forget you can watch this demo back whilst you're making Rosie as well on our YouTube channel. Now, Debs is going to be back at 11 o'clock, so do make sure you stay with us. After the break, though, do you know, I knew this was going to happen. I shouldn't have mentioned that. Glow-in-the-dark fabric. It's already nearly sold out, so we will be having a closer look at it anyway, coming up in the next hour. Plus, we've got loads of fabric to get through, including lovely Liberties as well. So stay where you are. Don't go anywhere. We're back after this.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi, I'm Wendy Orlando and I'm a craft blogger. You can find me over at thecraftyco.com, and if you do head on over and have a peep, you will see that I'm a tutorial blogger. I do all kinds of crafts, but my passions are crochet, knitting and sewing, which I've done for over 45 years. In that time, I've made lots of mistakes, but I have learnt lots of tricks and top tips that I can't wait to share. What I'd like to bring to the Sewing Street table is to show that you don't need to have gone to university or have a degree in design to be able to sew. You just need passion, a bit of courage to take the first steps, and a whole lot of patience. Oh, and an unpicker. You will need an unpicker. I do hope that you will follow me as I take my Sewing Street journey, and I look forward to seeing you all again soon.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hello, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. It's so lovely to have our Deb in, isn't it, today? Really lovely, and we loved Rosie Rabbit. Don't forget, the Beth Studley pattern is on pre-order. If you do want to reserve your place, I've got a feeling that the pattern could sell out very, very quickly, like any moment now. If you have got it in your basket, please do check out. The Gondola basket is very, 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 very popular. Instructions on their own, there are now less than 10. We've got some lovely bundles, some really lovely bundles that are going to be coming up. In fact, there's less than 5 of the patterns on their own. So I think we need to start with this straight away. We just need to start with it. We've got 2 panels, we've got some half meters, but I think some of them are potentially sold out. Where do you want to start, Kat? Let's start with the panels, she's saying. Is there a name of the bag? Either the eggs, that the eggs are in. Yes, that's called the Gondola basket, which is a Love from Beth pattern. It's on pre-order, Jennifer. It's the 11 o'clock show, but it is on pre-order if you want the pattern on its own. There's literally a couple of them left. Okay, now we've got one of these panels available. One. We had a lot more. But this launched back in 15th of Jan. Oh my word, was it January? 15th of Jan. So this is your panel, yes. So you've got all of these amazing, and it's not like it's not novelty glow in the dark fabric, it's not childish at all, it's actually really, really cool. They're all fireflies. So not only do you get the center panel, you've got the 2 strips at the bottom and the top as well. But I just want to show you, we're going to lower the lights right down. Sorry, my cup of tea here. We're going to try this. We're experimenting. I've got a UV torch here, but this will literally be, once it's in the dark, you'll see what parts will all be glowing in the dark. Oh, it's amazing! So can you see all of these parts that are looking, that are glowing, basically? That is what's going to show up when it's glowing in the dark. It's so cool. The panel has now sold out. We've got one other panel, and we'll show you all the glow in the dark because it's so cool, isn't it? I love it, absolutely love it. And Catherine, she made so many brilliant things for the garden. I think it would be brilliant for the garden. For the garden at night, it's perfect, isn't it? So that's one panel sold out. We've also got, we've got this one. So this one is completely different. This one's got squares this time, so has it? There you go. I'm going to take the graphics out, Cat's saying, because it's sold out, but we will show you the glow in the dark. Just bringing the lights down low. Oh, look. It's so cool, isn't it? It is so, so cool. The jar with the fireflies, the dandelions. Oh, yeah. So as Joe, can you see that it sort of holds on there? What are you doing? Oh, that's the fabric. What are you doing with the lights, though? Oh. Oh, it'll hold its sort of glow. Well, it will. You don't need a torch to be able to do this at home. It will glow. It almost charges in the day. It's like it does sort of charge its glow through the day in the light. So you don't need a glow-in-the-dark pen or torch or anything like that. This one has sold out. Sorry, I didn't understand what you meant, what you were doing then, because it kept going black, but I hadn't turned the torch off. No. Oh, maybe my torch is running out of battery, because Joe says I didn't do anything. Oh, no. I thought you were doing something, and you thought I was doing something. No, I think it's my torch running out of battery. Right. That's hilarious. We've got this one, which is your fireflies. This is so good. We do still have some of this one available. We do still have this one available. Oh dear. £7.49 metre. If you do want multiple units, remember the other ones are cut into panels. This one is half a metre. Right, Joe, go for it. So, oh my word, this is so cool. You have got your fireflies and it's lovely colour. So you can see the white sections around the fireflies. That's going to be the part that will glow in the dark. That will be the part that glows in the dark. We love this fabric. Right, so if I turn this off, it's too dark, it's a studio, but where I'm looking here, I wish I had a GoPro on my head so you could see what I could see. I can see this is glowing in the dark from my eyes, but our cameras can't pick it up like your eyes can. So someone that's asked why we're using a torch if it glows in the dark. It does glow in the dark. This is emulating the sunlight, so it will absorb like your sunlight in the day and then it will glow. Trust me, it glows in the dark. I would not say that it glows in the dark if it doesn't glow in the dark. So get it home and see it for yourself if you do want to try it out. But it's just to try and show you what you will see when you get it home, which parts will glow in the dark. If you've got this home, please will you send in some messages for us. If you've got this home, because we launched this back in January, if you've made some projects with it, please do message in so you can see. So you can all see that it is a brilliant fabric, and it's 100% cotton. It's quilting weight. It hasn't got any texture to it. It's not like you know, the peel on stickers or anything that glow in the dark. It's completely embedded into the gorgeous quality fabric, which is absolutely brilliant, isn't it? This is your Let Your Light Shine fabric. £7.49.5 metre. Here we go, fantastic product and a great price. This is from Elizabeth. Thank you, Elizabeth. Sarah said, beautiful fabric, can't wait to use it. Let us know if you have used it yet. Let us know if you've made anything. Derek has also said, beautiful fabric, will look good in my makes. That's from Derek. Derek, you could make a waistcoat out of this, couldn't you? I could just about see it glowing on my TV. That was from Maud. So Maud, if I turn this off, you can kind of see, but honestly, it glows in the dark so much clearer than what you're seeing on screen. So I'm excited for you to get them home. But Catherine Wright made some really cool projects with it back in January. So if you do want to watch that show back, 15th of January, you can. We also have the jars. Fantastic. Half the stock of this one has already gone. First time that we launched it completely sold out. before we even got to it. And as I said, quite often when I've seen glow-in-the-dark fabric in the past, it's been more, I don't like to use the word novelty, but yeah, it's more designed for children. Whereas this is brilliant, isn't it? For a quilting, for table runners, for outside, it would be brilliant. Either way, seeing it with the lights on, this is lovely fabric. It's got the dandelions, it's got a lovely mottle effect in the background. It's just a bonus that the fact it glows in the dark. Just love the glow from Kathy. Thanks, Kath. Lights coming down. Let's have another look. My torch, to be honest, is running out of battery, but you can see which parts are going to be the bits that glow. So around the edge of the jar, and also all of the dandelions and the bottom of the flies. They're all going to glow in the dark at home. You don't need a torch at home to be able to see this. Oh, we were so excited when this is back in stock. We had to ask special permission to be able to put this into the show. It's back on reorder after it completely sold out in January. £7.49. It was another one of those that sort of just snuck back onto the website. Just £7.49 a half metre. So Joe's saying, if I hold my light onto this just for a minute, obviously when you have this in daylight and it almost charges those points for hours and hours and hours throughout the day, it will then hold its glow for ages and ages. This is just a minute or so. And then when I turn it off, could you see what was the parts that were glowing? It is literally like those. You've got your glow-in-the-dark stars, haven't you, Kat? Oh, she had them in her bedroom at home for years and years and years and years since she was little, and she said she's moved out into her own place over the last couple of weeks. She's like, no, my dad's taken the glow-in-the-dark stars down now. I love those glow-in-the-dark stars. Your dandelions, your jars, your fireflies, all glowing up. Now there's 1 metre of that one left, only 1 metre of it left. No, it doesn't have to be a sunny day. I'm saying like solar panels, thinking that, you know, it's going to, what is it that comes through the clouds? The UVB. Joe's getting technical now. He says the UVB rays still come through the clouds, don't they? UVA and UVB. Okay, 5 metres of this left. 5 metres of this left. And this is lovely with your deeper blue. Fireflies in foliage. It's lovely as a bag. It'd be brilliant, actually. We were thinking for, who was it that was saying? Yeah, for your lining, for your bag, so it's got the light inside your bag. Good idea. Good idea. Christine says, oh, I love it. My girls had glow-in-the-dark cushions and duvet covers when they were little with planets and stars and stickers on the wall. They would love them. I think I could make some bedtime book cushions. Bedtime book cushions, great idea, Christine. Storage tubs. I know that also Catherine was suggesting making things for children's wear. Glow in the dark, you could have like little jackets, couldn't you? Backpacks and things as well, book bags. So again, this is just the fireflies. My light's still on a little bit. But you can see the fireflies, the part that glows on this fabric. Oh, it's brilliant. £7.49 a half metre. We've literally got 2 more. 2 more, that's it. There's very limited availability, very, very limited availability. If you want even just half a metre, please check out. There's a lot of people who've got it in their basket. In fact, there's way more of you that have got it in your basket than we have availability, so do check out. Is this one sold out? This one was one of the most popular the first time we launched it. This is the one that sold out, so we've only got one other. But you can see here, oh my word, this is going to look amazing in the dark. Look at this. You can see it's like stars, isn't it? Oh, that's so beautiful. That is gorgeous. It's very theatrical actually, isn't it? So cool. I love it, love it, love it, love it. Then the last purple one is sold out as well. Everything's sold out then, that's everything. I can show it to you. All the ones that we have available are on the website now. We have ran through all the graphics. This was the last one, which if you already have got, well done. It's exactly the same as the blue, as the green and the blue, but this time with blue and purple. But it's the little fireflies bottoms that are glowing on this one. So that's all of our glow-in-the-dark fabric. It's come back in and it's gone again. We knew this would happen. There is a tiny bit of availability on certain prints, so it's worth having a look on the website, but they've all gone. Brilliant. Okay. Well done if you managed to get the ones that you wanted. Send in your makes as well. We'd love to hear from you. Let us know what you made. Okay, shall we do Liberty? Because I was talking about this earlier, the adventures in the sky, especially as Christine was saying, my girls used to have duvet covers with little planets on. These are so cool. These don't glow in the dark, no, but they're Liberty. I mean, it's so, so cool, isn't it? They're the 4 prints that we have. We have got the stars to start with. I do love this fabric. It's completely different to any other Liberty, isn't it? But it's the quality that you expect from Liberty. It's quilting weight, it's beautiful, beautiful fabric. It will sew beautifully, it will press beautifully. It would be brilliant for storage boxes. It would be really lovely for dressmaking. £7, 49 a half metre. I don't like to call it a blender, but actually I think it's so beautiful. Bunting with it. You could even make your little rabbit out of it, couldn't you? You could make Rosie Rabbit. £7.49 a half metre. Nothing else quite like this. And it's got a little blue star as well. It's not all just grey stars. What's that? Have you got Easter eggs? What Easter egg have you got, Joe? Oh, I love fruit and nut. I love fruit and nut chocolate, yeah. Joe says, oh, my mum got me a fruit and nut one. I've given it her back. I don't want it. How rude. You should have accepted it and bought it in for me. £7.49 a half metre. That's lovely blue, isn't it? I am thinking for storage boxes for toys and things like that. Bag making. This one isn't as... don't get me wrong, the other ones, for anybody who loves space themes, it's perfect. But this one you could use as a mixer within your quilting, couldn't you? I say a mixer, it's a Liberty fabric, it's amazing. And this isn't metallic, by the way. It is a matte grey. There's 2.5 metres of this one left available, 2.5 metres. We also have the one with the spaceships. How cool is this? And rockets. It's called Adventures in the Sky. Do you know what that means? With your, with your little lightning bolts, clouds. £7, 49 a half metre. I'm thinking a lovely little shirt. Lampshade covers as well. The light would shine beautifully through it, wouldn't it? Curtains or a blind. Oh, we're all very into our astronomy at the moment, aren't we? With, of course, NASA and the landing on Mars. It's very exciting. £7.49 a half metre, and it is quilting weight cotton. So it's ideal for quilting and patchwork. It's great for soft furnishing. Lovely for bag making as well. Brilliant for all sorts. For dressmaking, more for structured garments, it'd be perfect for. And it's official Liberty London fabric, which you can now buy by the half metre. Now the last one isn't just space, it's all hobbies. I absolutely love it. You've got an astronaut on here, you've got a spaceship, oh no, what's it called, a UFO. You've also got stars, you've got aeroplanes, you've got drums, you've got Saturn there, you've got a rainbow, a kite, a robot, a balloon, stars, a train, crayons, a bicycle. You could decorate a whole bedroom with this sort of theme. Storage tubs and a blind maybe, or duvet covers, even if you're just embellishing part of it. So you've got just plain white bedding and you just want to take a strip of this to put down the side. It's £7.49 a half metre, Adventures in the Sky, and that is amazing fabric, absolutely brilliant. There's even a little train on there. So that's all of the Liberty that we have. We were talking about Sashko in the first hour. Kat said I've spent a lot of money already this morning. Not only has she kitted herself out, she's kitted her brother out as well with all of his Sashko. What have you bought then, Joe? The ochre Sashko threads. Sashko needles as well. But if you do want to do some beautiful, I'm thinking your wall hanging, you could even just do a border with some of these Japanese fabrics. Not that I'm telling you to spend more money, Kat, but this is lovely, isn't it? I saw on the Facebook fan page somebody made up Yvonne McAtamney's placemats, kimono placemats. This would be lovely for the kimono placemat, wouldn't it? And you've got the most beautiful metallic gold fleck all running through it. You've got the Mount Fuji. It's really lovely, isn't it? Even though this has got that gold metallic, it's not scratchy at all. It's super, super soft. In fact, Jane's messaged in saying beautiful quality fabric. Haven't decided what to make with it yet. That was back in November that you reviewed this fabric. Have you decided what you're going to make yet, Jane? Have you made anything yet, Jane? County Durham also left us a review saying fabric is so beautiful. I hope I can do it justice. I'm sure you can. I'm sure you did. I do love this in quilting, we call them clamshells, don't we? But in Sashko and in the Japanese sort of culture, it's called waves. So it's really lovely and calming. And I love that each of the waves has got all of these different prints and different symbols in. Look, you've got stars there. The Mount Fuji, I love it. The colour is really lovely. Even if you're just using it as a border, or what about the Japanese knot bag? Debbie Shaw's Japanese knot bag. This would be great. Just £6.99 a half metre. It's 112 wide, quilting weight cotton. We also do have it in like a lighter blue and lilac, which is Kat's favourite. Oh, I love this. This is really nice. Yeah, I just don't know whether this would go with your ochre theme that you're going for, though. But look at how gorgeous this is. This would look nice in your bedroom. You could just literally have this as a hoop, couldn't you? You could just have it as wall art. It's gorgeous. And as I said, that metallic is not going to scratch off. £6.99. Get some. Just half a metre, £6.99. Kat's in the mood to shop. She's in the mood to shop. And she's just got a new place. And it's very... all your walls are white, so it'd just be nice to just add a couple of hoops, some wall art like this. Splashes of colour. And those colours are beautiful for spring, aren't they? This is the only other one that we have in this multi-crescent shape. Pardon? Oh, did you watch it? I watched it yesterday. Joe's getting very into his interior design. There's a programme on BBC 2 with Alan Carr. Have you seen it? The Interior Design Masters one. And did you see the one with the hairdressers? Yes. Well, I watched that one yesterday. You haven't watched that one yet. This one's my favourite, Kat. I'd really like a kimono. I'd love a really, you know, the So Girl pattern kimono. or even just a trim, what you could do is have quite a floaty viscose fabric and just have this for the tie and the, what's it called, this bit called? Now on your cardigan, this part here. I don't know if that's the word, but just the front, you know, this part of your kimono and your waist belt would look amazing in this. Kat's thinking of little bags, just little drawstring bags, maybe with a gold drawstring for presents. That would be lovely, wouldn't it? That's really fancy. It's beautifully detailed. I am thinking for tablewares as well. I am thinking for tablewares as well. £6.99 a half metre. Can we do our linen mixes, please? Thank you. It's the first time I've seen these and the prices are brilliant. They're absolutely lovely. I think these are great for laundry baskets. I'm thinking like a big drawstring bag with a big rope handle. These would be absolutely lovely. For curtains, they're ideal. For little children's makes, absolutely love this. For Rosie Rabbit, you can make a Rosie Rabbit with your star fabric. It's a linen mix and it's called your shabby chic. It's so on trend. So on trend. Only £5.99 for your natural stars on grey. This is wide, wide, wide. It's 150 wide as well. So it's 55% linen and 45% cotton. It's lovely, isn't it? Let me show you how wide it is. See, this grey is just me. It's perfect for, it's a really nice warm grey actually. It's not like a steely, cold, bluey grey. It's a nice warm grey. This would be great for bunting. Lovely for bunting. I am just thinking I want to make a big laundry basket with it. You thinking the basket weave technique? Ooh, it's a bit difficult for me. I'm just going to do a plain one. Just a plain one with a big drawstring. You could do something with at the top that it all sort of ties in together with like a rope. Because it's the natural colours, you could just use a natural coloured rope. It's not a stark white. The background isn't, the stars aren't a stark white. That's brilliant, isn't it? First time I've seen it. Just £5.99. That scares me, that scares me. I promise you it's definitely still there, but it is, I think it's a bit lower today. Kat's in denial. She's like, no, you're not going soon. These complement perfectly, don't they? Absolutely perfectly. So you could get half a metre of both, half a metre of each. £5.99 a half metre. It's really lovely and soft as well. It's again 55% linen, 45% cotton for just £5.99. Your grey stars are natural. It is nice that it's not a stark white. Be lovely for dressmaking as well. It is extra wide. Kerry in Cumbria, our absolutely gorgeous mom. Morning all. I'm loving too many things this morning. Thankfully I'm feeding Hope, so don't spend too much. Oh, how's little Hope? How are you getting on? I mean, she must be what now? Nearly 2 weeks, about 8 days old, 10 days old. Oh, bless her. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. At least you can watch us on repeat. At least you can have us on at any time of day or night. You're going to still be keeping me company, aren't you, at Sewing Street? Anyway, I'll be watching still every day. I'll be watching all the time. Oh, the red. Okay, I'm going to say it once more. Christmas. Christmas sacks. Kat says, I've already suggested this to John and he shouted at me. I'm thinking, Derek, are you watching? Waistcoat. I am thinking Christmas tableware. It's got that linen mix in it, which gives it a bit more of a, what's the word that's a warm and fuzzy cuddle? Do you know what I mean? No, there is a word that is, I want to say a Scandi sort of, what's the word? There is a word that is a feeling of feeling warm and fuzzy. And that's what this reminds me of. It's just all soft. It would be lovely as a table runner. And in fact, now I know that you think I'm crazy talking about Christmas when we're in March, but bear with me. We're going to have a year, fingers crossed, where we're going to be out. We're going to be enjoying all of our summer this year. So what about over the next few weeks, just getting all your Christmas bits and bobs out the way? Kat started her Christmas shopping. So if you do want to just get some bits and bobs out the way, ready to enjoy the rest of the year, it will come around so quick now. I can't believe we're already in March. What's the word? Hygge. Hygge. Is it hygge? Hygge. Hygge, I think is the word. There you go. Am I saying it right, Tarja? I don't know. It's lovely, isn't it, though, this fabric? Joe, just look at that lovely colour. This would be nice for bottle bags as well. Wrapping paper. It is still 150 wide, so you could do a really lovely long table runner with it, couldn't you? £5.99 a half metre. I'd be buying multiple units on that because we can never get fabric like this around Christmas. So it's worth, even if you just don't make anything with it yet, get it in your stash. It's there ready for when you are ready. And fingers crossed we're going to be able to do all of our craft fairs this year. And you do have to think a bit ahead, don't you? Oh, Dolly the doorstop. Imagine Dolly the doorstop in these. Oh, and it's not, I mean, it's not screaming Christmas, is it? Thank you, Tarja. I hope I've said it correctly. Hygge. £5.99. This is great value, isn't it? Absolutely love these fabrics. I'm so pleased they slipped back into stock because they completely sold out first showing. They're 150 wide, 55% linen and 45% cotton. Great value. I'm thinking for storage tubs and baskets, for all sorts. There's loads that you can use it with. I'm trying to think if we do anything else at 150 wide that's £5.99 a half metre. That's so good, isn't it? For cushions, what about lovely cushions? I'm thinking big cushions that you can have outside, almost like beanbag ones. Christine said, Vix, think when lockdown comes to an end, everybody will be wishing that they'd done all of their Christmas makes. It'll be here before we know it. You're right. You're absolutely right, Christine. I can't believe we're in March. When you said that we launched that glow-in-the-dark fabric in January, 15th of January. That doesn't feel like 5 minutes ago. I said to Deb, I said, it's a strange thing time is at the moment, isn't it? That it's going really quick, but then it's also gone really slow, and I feel it's strange. Oh, do you know, that's so weird because my mum, we keep messing up people's birthdays. We're really bad at knowing when things are. I think we've just lost all sense of time, haven't we? It will be Christmas before we know it, especially when we can start going out and doing things. It'll be lovely. £5.99. Christmas bunting. It'd be lovely. Absolutely lovely. Okay. Right, so I love all of those fabrics. I think they're beautiful quality and going to be great to sew with. So well, it's the first time I saw them yesterday with our lovely Delphine. How amazing was Felix the Fox, by the way? Felix the Fox was just incredible. Now, shall we do the fat quarters first? So the whole collection, the Modas, the Blues range. Do you know, I absolutely love this because it is me all over. It's not just the blues as in the colours, It's the blues as in the music, the blues. You've got musical staves in here. Look, I love that one. That's like the Shell Rummel one that sold out very, very quickly, that watercolours one. Some of these look like animal prints as well. I've got to open this one up because look at that. Look at that. Who's this? Is this Wendy? Wendy. Morning, Vicky. OMG, I'm going to have to find some more hiding places. I've spent loads. What have you bought, Wendy? What have you bought? I always have to sort of, just run up the stairs, stash it in your fabric stash like it's already been there. Look at that. You could do some beautiful embroidery of, I'm thinking like a sailboat on there. It just reminds me of a beautiful sea. It's like artwork, isn't it? Just as itself, it's like watercolours. Beautiful. That's just one fat quarter. You're getting in this pack 26 different fat quarters, and some of them are repeats in print, but different colours. So I'm going to just flick through some of these. You've got your blue, which is like a bit of an animal print design, actually, isn't it? They're not regular shapes, no. No. Cousin, I thought they were musical instruments. No, they're definitely not musical instruments. This one reminds me of a musical stave without being like a musical stave. It's really cool. It's really lovely, isn't it? Really, really lovely. You've also got like your noughts and crosses. Or you could see those as like crotchets. Are they called crotchets? Quavers? I'm so bad with actual musical notes. I did music theory, but years and years and years ago, I was awful at music theory. I'm not very good at reading music. Derek sends us all of our harmony lines. Kat, do you open up all of the lyrics and the harmony lines from Derek's sing-along? He says, I just know the harmonies, just know all the songs. To be honest, I don't generally look at the lyrics. There was a couple of songs the other day and I thought, oh, I need the lyrics to this because I love this song and I don't know the lyrics. That one's lovely. That one's lovely. Or how many times do you listen to a song and say, what? They're the words. Obviously, it's completely different. Yeah, that Peter Kay moment. Oh, I love this colour blue, this denim-y, teal-y, peacocky blue. It's slightly almost like worn. It's nice. So you've got some of these which are solid, but can you see what I mean? It's almost like it's worn. It's beautiful, really textured. So then this one again, that looks like, it just reminds me of the seaside. That one is gorgeous again. It's like your top actually, Kat. You've got that. You've got that top. I do love the lighter blue as well. So you've got all of these. This one, it looks again like a linen. It looks really textured. You've then got your creams. You can't see, oh yeah, you can. You've got your stripes. That's your stave one. They'd go really nice with your natural stars. Maybe your natural stars on grey would look nice. All of these are fat quarters, by the way, which is half of a half metre. So there's a lot of fabric, all 26 on split pay today as well. So you've got 2 split payments of $49.99. If you pay one today, you'll then get the fabric home. You can start making with it. I love that one. They are gorgeous, aren't they? $99.99. Which one? This one. So here it looks lighter. As soon as I open it, looks like a different fabric. Nope, it's ombre. Look at this. Look at that. Oh, I love Moda prints. I think they're so beautiful. Look at that. Misty morning. Oh, that is lovely, isn't it? See, you can make so many projects with this. It's going to last you such a long time. That would be beautiful for soft furnishings. That would be really, really lovely for home decor bits and bobs. Very cool. You've then also got a couple more. Still not done. That one's another ombre one. That one's got the darker blues as well. $99.99 or $49.99 on split pay. What does it say on your salvage? I just saw the musical stave on there then. Let's have a look at this one. Jazz it up a little, it says. Jazz it up. Look at that. That is a beautiful ombre, isn't it? Kat keeps saying this. Do you know what? Frame it. Just frame it. I think she's got a lot of space on her walls that she's just, she's looking, thinking, right, I just want to frame every fabric from today's show to use as wall art. That is so calming, isn't it? Really tranquil colours. So those are your beautiful Moda fat quarters. Now we also have some by the ½ metre as well. Let me just fold this one nicely. Oh, because they're so beautiful. They really, really are. You'll just keep getting these, you'll keep getting them out, reorganising, refolding, thinking about what you want to make, but get sewing with them, get sewing. The fat quarter pack is definitely the best way of being able to get all of those prints for a brilliant, brilliant prices on split pay as well. We've picked out just a few that we have left by the ½ metre. We have got one of the ombres, which we'll do straight away. Look at this. This is the darker blue ombre. So this time, because you're getting a full ½ metre, it goes dark to light to dark. That full ombre. So if you buy, let me show you, that's what ½ metre looks like. But if you were to multi-buy on this and buy multiple units, it'll obviously run vertically. I'm not calling it a stripe because it's a perfect subtle ombre blend, isn't it? But your continuation will go that way. Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. I'm thinking for bathrooms, actually. It's just lovely and calming, isn't it? What colour is your bathroom, Kat? I thought you said orange then. Terracotta. All right, Hannah. Hannah loves her oranges as well. Christine said, I managed to get ½ metre of the fireflies in navy, enough to make a cushion. Brilliant. Oh, I'm so pleased you managed to get some, because honestly, that came in January and everybody was so disappointed that they said, I haven't got a look in on it. It was on and gone before the show. So there's only one of the fireflies left. If you missed it in January, if you missed it today, have a look on the website and you can grab some of those. It's beautiful fabric. It is beautiful fabric. This is wonderful. This is wonderful, isn't it? So inspiring. Oh, it is. It's so beautiful. It is so beautiful fabric. Right, we also have the other ombre. That lovely lighter shade. I'm thinking of a dress. Now, if you are making dressmaking with it, because of the way that the selvage is, you would need to buy more if you wanted it that way. I'm thinking of a dress that sort of ombres like that. So that's at the bottom. And you would obviously need to buy more than you think to be able to get that repeat across. But it would be gorgeous for dressmaking, wouldn't it? Absolutely. Even scarves. You know, Susie Duncan, she made with 4 fat quarters, beautiful Liberty scarf. That would look lovely with your Moda. Just with a white, crisp sort of shirt on and this colour with your jeans, it looks so smart. We've got the staves one. I've got staves on cream. It's not white. It does say white on the graphics, doesn't it? It's not. It's definitely a cream. Look, let me show you next to. That's white. This is definitely an off-white. Derek, are you watching? You could do a music folder with this, couldn't you? You could have all of your sheets of music, because you must have loads. How do you keep organised with all of it? It amazes me. Kieran, my husband, he was saying, how does Derek do all the playing, all the singing, know all of these songs, also keeping in contact with us on the Facebook Live as well? That is serious multitasking. That is really good. But you must have a lot of sheets of music. You've got to keep them organised, a nice folder. Oh gosh, I really struggle to get rid of things. I am a bit of a hoarder, and my mom, her poor loft, when she was moving out, was bursting to the seams of sheet music, and she did give it all to me when I moved into my new place. She was moving house. She's like, Vic, I can't keep all of this. And I said, but I might need it. What happens if I go for an audition, Mum, and I need that sheet music? I've got scripts and loads of sheet music for every musical under the sun. But I have to keep it. Do you know what else I really love to keep? And I've got hundreds of them. Show programmes. And I think one day they might be really valuable. And they're all so lovely to look back through. And quite often I'll look through and I think, oh my word, so-and-so was in that show. And now they're really famous. And I didn't know they weren't famous then. It's really good to look through. I've got to obviously keep the ones that have got your name in it, Kat. This one's that lovely deep indigo blue. But for anybody who, isn't musical, it looks to us like, well, it is, it's inspired by musical staves, isn't it? You know, but this doesn't need to be a musical stave fabric. You could have this, see it as more of a stripe. I know Wendy Gardner was seeing it more as a stripe. You could have this as binding. You could have this as EPP and use the mirror technique where you're using the stripes to go round. Do you know what I mean? It looks incredible, that technique. We've also got the staves in a lighter blue. Don't forget, Deb's coming back with the Beth Studley pattern at 11, and I don't know where the time's going today. The pattern on its own is completely sold out. The only way of getting the pattern is now in the bundles. We've got some lovely bundles, though, some Liberty bundles coming up. I do like this light blue colour. It's not a solid blue background, so it will go with all those lovely ombre fabrics. Absolutely beautiful, absolutely beautiful. We've still got loads that we want to do in the next 5 minutes. So have a look at these in more detail on the website as well if you would like. We did pick out a few of these. Are there more on the website, the blues? Or is this everything that we have by the half metre? Kat's saying, I'm thinking that this is everything we have by the half metre now. We've got one bundle where you can get everything from the range by the half metre. Well, I'll say by the half metre, in half metre pre-cuts. You've got the whole mega bundle. How much is that, out of curiosity? It's $66.99, but if you do love this collection, that's a lot of fabric, isn't it? If you just want to have a bit of a test to see what it's like, if you've not worked with Moda fabrics before, if you've just got a project in mind, then of course you can now buy more than half a metre, metre pieces, metre and a half, by adding multiple units quantity to your order. $7.49. We've got two more from the blues range. It's lovely, isn't it? When was this launched? Birthday week. This was launched on birthday week. It was one that we used yesterday for the amazing Felix the Fox with Delphine. That was so good, wasn't it? That was such an amazing show yesterday. Now this one again, it says white, it's not. It is cream. These are all, look, your notes. They're musical notes. Oh, I've missed that sound of Kat coming, going flip, flop, and it's her flip-flops. She's got her flip-flops back on today, and I thought, oh, I remember that sound. I think you wore your flip-flops until about October or November, and you refused to put normal shoes on. You were saying, no, I'm refusing that it's winter, I'm wearing my flip-flops to the end. And then it did get quite snowy, didn't it? Got very, very cold. So then she's been wearing her pumps, but now she's back in the flip-flops. So if you hear her come in, if you hear a flip and a flop, then it's our Kat. One more. What's up, Joe? What are you trying to say? I love what? Oh, I know. This is the great thing. Do you know, since I've been pregnant, my body temperature has definitely changed, and I'm always really warm. But I was thinking, oh, I'd hate to have been pregnant in the summer. I just would hate it. But then having a newborn in the summer, I don't know if that's going to be worse. But you've got to make sure that they're all right. You've got to make sure that they keep nice and cool. I'll be really worried about regulating their temperature. Joe said, just get a paddling pool, you'll be fine. Oh, 7.49, a half metre. Okay, shall we do, talking of sunshine, let's hop over to Bali with our Bali Pops. So, Bali Pops, we've got 2 new colours which have recently come in. One in the blues, which again is lovely. Let's start with the blues because we were talking about these just now. 2.5-inch strips. This one's called Hello Hydrangea. Yes, look at these colours. Oh, so these are all traditionally hand-dyed in Bali. They're from Hoffman. They've got beautiful patterns on. They've also got lovely, they've all got really lovely purples, different shades. Oh, look at that one. Oh, it's like tie-dye, isn't it? There's such amazing patterns in this latest range, though. If you want to do the confetti quilting, have a go at confetti quilting. You've got so much fabric here. This is going to go such a long way that you could just use really small offcuts for confetti quilting. You'll be able to piece them together to make larger pieces of fabric, to do even dressmaking. There's a lady who's done a jelly roll skirt. Somebody else who's made, obviously Alice and Marian's done the Mummy and Me apron. So don't just think of these as 2.5-inch strips, think outside the box. But of course, as they are 2.5-inch strips, work ideally for things like your Bargello, your Around the World quilt, any of Pam and Nikki Lintop books that call for 2.5-inch strips. You can subcut them into squares, into triangles, into hexes. They are fab. So they're your blues. We also have your sort of denim and grey and burgundy, which I love also. So these ones will look really lovely tonally with your blues, with your mode of the blues. All 2.5-inch, all 2.5-inch laser cut. I'm laughing at Kat's oohs and ahs in the gallery. Ooh, ah. Oh, look at the burgundies. Oh, what about with your natural stars, those linens? They were really popular earlier. Very, very popular. You got your stripes. You've got whites in here as well. But look, can you see they've all still got that lovely detail? Still being completely hand-dyed in Bali. £40, less than £40, £39.99. And they will go such a long way. Such a long way, especially if you're using them with some solids as well. Get yourself some, even just 1/2 metre of calico or your cottons. They'll all look lovely. Now, we have got one fabric left from the Fireflies range, which I shall get. Bear with me. It's okay. Which one is it? That one? No jars? With jars? That one. This is the only one that we now have left. If you have missed out on any of the others, grab this one. If you've not seen glow in the dark fabric before, oh, it's so cool. It is so, so cool. It feels exactly the same. It's quilting weight, beautiful quality fabric, but it has got the ability to glow in the dark. So you can see which parts, if I put the torch on it, which parts will glow in the dark at home. You don't need a torch at home to be able to do this. It's just the camera doesn't pick up the glow as well as our eyes do. I can see it glowing, but just to help it along on camera, we're flashing a UV light on it. But can you see which parts are going to glow? The Fireflies bottoms. They're amazing, aren't they? Absolutely amazing. So that's the only chance of getting you glow in the dark fabric now. It's the only glow in the dark fabric we've got in the company. Go for it. Now, Deb's coming back in a couple of minutes and she's doing the most beautiful Beth Studley basket. Perfect for all your Easter eggs, great to be able to have in the kitchen. You could have it as a peg bag, you could have it as, Kat's thinking of having it as all of her hair bits and bobs in, hair straighteners, hair dryer, hair brushes and things like that. It's ideal, absolutely ideal, and we've loved every single one of the Love from Beth patterns. In fact, so much so that this one has already sold out on its own. If you've bought the pattern, stay tuned because we've got lots of tips from lovely Deb, so stay where you are, we're back in just a couple of minutes.
Hi, I'm Debbie Harris and I'm so excited to be one of the new guest designers here on Sewing Street. I live and work in Melton Mowbray in Leicestershire, where I run my own knitting and sewing business called Mabel and Deb. I specialise in sewing and knitting and crocheting, and I've been doing all of those three things from being a little girl when my mum taught me all things knitting, crochet and sewing. Started off just crocheting little chain stitches and granny squares, and then actually patchwork sewing little hexagons, and they're still my favourite shape to sew now. I used to be a school teacher. For over 20 years I was teaching in classrooms. I just had the knitting and the crochet and sewing as a background hobby, but now I get to do this as my job, and I'm absolutely passionate about it and really want to share all that passion and excitement with you guys. A tip that I think is worth sharing with you is always use quality materials. So whether that's your fabrics or your threads or wool, the difference in the quality of your materials can really make a difference to your finished project. And always use the right tools, so whether it's a rotary cutter or a pair of scissors that are specially made for that job, that too can make all the difference. My claim to fame in 2020 was being one of the winners of the Great British Make Off here on Sewing Street when I did my debut sewing demonstration in November last year. And it was just a wonderful experience, and I'm so excited to be here on my Sewing Street journey with you all, bringing lots of tips, techniques, and looking forward to doing lots of exciting projects with you throughout the year. So lovely to meet you, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Bye.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hello, welcome back. Honestly, Joe, honestly, Deb just said to me, you're going to miss all this, aren't you? You're going to miss everyone. I won't miss Kat and Joe, no. Not at all. No, of course I will. They're going to be there every day, aren't they? They'll be coming round. We'll just pop round. Sue, don't you change your guess. Your guess is locked in and final. Right, look at this. Gondola basket. It's really different, isn't it? I love the shape of it. It's $24.99 for the bundle that you can see made up, which is Liberty. I love that you can just sort of scoop it under your arm, use it as a peg bag, use it as an Easter egg hunt bag. You could use it in your kitchen to put your bread in there. You could keep it as storage for any projects on the go. Joe's keeping his fruit in there. Kat's thinking she's going to put her like hair bits and bobs in there. It's brilliant. Just $24.99, really versatile. Love it. Oh, Kat's thinking for anyone who's off to university or knows someone who's going to uni, you know, I don't know because I didn't go to uni. I feel like I really missed out in my life of not having the uni days. But Kat said when you used to have to go to the bathroom, the communal bathroom in halls, you have to take your shampoo and you have to take everything with you. So this would be nice to go and then take, because you could odour coat this, couldn't you? You could odour coat it. Anyway, we're thinking of loads of different ways of using the basket. You've got your instructions, your pattern, which is now the only way of getting the pattern, the gondola basket. You then also have a fat quarter of Liberty, half a metre of your fuchsia cotton mixer, and how perfectly does that go with the Liberty? Now you also get in your bundle your wadding. You don't need to worry about adding your wadding. It's 244 centimetres wide, so you will have loads left over for your stash as well. So plenty of wadding, and it's the really lovely soft 80-20 cotton poly mix. Stunning. This has been the most popular so far. So because it's the sample, the one that was made up, we do have slightly more stock, but please don't wait, be very careful. The eggs are ours, I'm sorry, we can't include the eggs, they're ours. Right, so we also have the one that Debbie's going to be working with, which is your Michael Miller option. Now with Michael Miller, I love these colours together. Do you know, I'd never have thought of putting that lilac with this, and it works really, really well. It just draws on the lovely purples, and the Michael Miller fabric is lovely because it's from the Love to Sew range, so it's got a little nod to our craft with all your buttons. So if you do want to keep your sewing notions in there, maybe this is the bundle for you. So you've got half a metre of your really, really lovely lilac cotton mixer. It feels like a metre, you know. It is. It says on the graphics a metre. Metre of fabric. So with the, you get a metre of your solid. So you get a metre in the Liberty one as well, a metre of that, a metre in this one, plus you have your fat quarter, you have your pattern, and you have your wadding. It's a lot of fabric, isn't it? It's brilliant. You're going to have plenty to play around with. So to clarify, you get a metre of your solid, which is that lovely mixer mottle effect. You also then get a fat quarter of your designer fabric, which was the Liberty in the first instance, which is the Michael Miller in this one. You then also have your pattern, and you've got your 80-20 wadding. So that's option number 2. We also have this one, which is... Now this isn't a particular designer, is it? This is this is it's from the Hannah Basic range. It's really, really lovely. It's got that lovely floral print, and we've put it with a metre of red, fat quarter of your floral. Yeah, mottled effect again. It's your mixer again, so it's going to look really, really lovely. And textured, isn't it? Plus then you're getting your pattern and you're getting your 80-20 wadding, $22.99. You have plenty of wadding. We've got less than 10 of those, by the way, less than 10 of those colourways. And then finally, last but not least, we've also got your lovely green spot. Green spot, plus you're getting the blue, the sky blue mixer, a metre of that, and you're getting your pattern, plus you're getting your wadding, £22.99. And that is to make, remember, your lovely basket, which is a great size, isn't it? Really lovely size, and I love that shape of it. That would look lovely with the natural stars. I know that we keep going on about them, but those of you that did manage to get the pattern on its own, then it's definitely worth having a good rummage through the website and seeing what you can make. But they're lovely for gifts, aren't they? They're really lovely. They're like reusable gift bags as well. They're really nice. £22.99. Great for your Easter eggs, isn't it? Perfect. Right. Is there anything else that I need to mention? I don't think there is there? Don't think there is. We've got lovely Deb here to show us how to do it. Love from Beth patterns have been so popular, Debbie. They've been really popular.
Yeah, they're really nice. They're pretty little baskets, aren't they, to put at home? And I've got the pod one at home.
Oh, okay.
That I keep the pegs in, and they're just really nice.
So you've worked from her patterns before?
I have, yeah, I've done that one before.
They're always quite intricate, I find, actually, that there's a lot of detail to them. This isn't necessarily going to be a 5-minute make. This is something you can really get your teeth into.
Yeah, it's what I liked about it was it's just the 3 panels.
Right.
So in some ways it's quite simple.
Yeah.
It's just the front and the back panel, and then I'll talk about the patterns in a second, how the handle is one piece.
Ah, right.
So there's just 3 pieces, which is nice and simple. And then you make your own binding to go around the top of the basket edge and around the handles. So yeah, there's a bit of hand sewing. If you like to do your binding, I like to use the machine to stitch around the front of the binding.
Yeah.
And then I turn it over and hand stitch round.
Nice.
So again, it's a bit of both.
Brilliant.
Very therapeutic and a lovely end product.
Sorry, they said, throw me a chocolate egg, Vic. I was going to throw them one. Half of this colourway, by the way, have gone. The Liberty's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah. And
do you have a fave?
So nice to work with. I like the one that I've done this this example because I just love buttons. Yeah. So, I just like the ones with the buttons, and they've made them into flowers. And
oh, well, you could almost embellish with buttons all on the handle, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could. Yeah, I love putting buttons on as accents.
So you've already got your peg pod. What would you use
I've already
this
got
for
my
then?
peg pod. I think it's for. I'd put bread on the table.
Yeah.
Nice little, line it with a bit of tissue paper, some bread rolls.
Oh, nice. That's
I think that'd be nice.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah.
Right, so you get your templates in the instructions.
Yeah, so your templates come like this.
Okay, so you don't need to upscale them or anything?
No, they come exactly as they are.
Fab.
And different from how I was talking about with Rosie Rabbit earlier, this includes your seam allowance.
Right.
So this is the actual pattern that you're using. What I do, and I mentioned this before as well, I like to have a pattern on this sort of thinnish cardboard. So I just photocopy my printer at home. You can photocopy it and just photocopy it onto card, because then I've got a bit more structure to it. So the basket itself, this is called the panel. So you need to print out 2 of that shape because you get just the one pattern, and then I made 2 and sellotape those together. So that's your one side for the panel. Right. I cut out where the darts are going to go. I didn't actually cut the fabric, but I cut out the darts so I can mark the fabric as I draw the pattern out. Right. And then this one is for the handle. Again, it comes in 2 pieces like this. So that's what your pattern is like when you get it.
It's not very often that I see darts in a bag pattern.
No, it just gives it that rounded shape.
Right, okay.
And it gives it a bit more structure, so it sort of stands nicely on its own.
Right.
So the handle piece is called the main template, and that comes in 2 pieces. So again, I photocopied it onto card, and then when you are putting it together, I've already put this one together. You can see you match up the circles on the pattern, sellotaped it together, and it's when you cut it on the fold. Okay. And it's important to note that the fold is here. Ah. Not here. It's
right, so would you generally think that it would be on the larger side?
Yeah, that was mine, because the way the pattern is drawn, it's got the line across with the arrows, and the fold is quite small. So just double check that this smaller end, because when you make the bag, because you're cutting it on the fold, when you make the bag, that's what makes that
the handle
sort of gondola basket, the handle. So you don't, if you did the fold at the bottom, then you would have your seam at the top of the handle. So
which you don't want.
No. So that's how it works. So when I'm looking at a pattern, I always kind of like to imagine what it's going to be like when it's made up.
Yeah, good idea.
To visualise it. So that's what I did with those patterns too, and I just like them different colours, and then so I can see which bit's which, and you can just reuse them.
Deb, do you generally, when you get a pattern home, read it all first before you get going, or do you just go sort of step by step and?
I tend to scan it.
Yeah.
So I'll scan through it.
Yeah.
So I semi-understand it,
Yeah.
because I'm one of those people who, it's not until you're then going through you think, oh, okay, that makes
That's
sense.
what you're doing. That's it.
So I'll scan through it, but
Yeah.
I'm only really reading it as I do it.
Yeah.
I must admit. Yeah. So I've cut out the fabric. So I've got this lovely, the button fabric. So that's what it looks like when you cut it out from, I just drew around it well, I just pinned the pattern on and then cut around it with scissors. And in the pattern, one thing it says is to cut the front panel out and the panel with the lining and the wadding to start with, all the same shape.
Okay.
I tried that, but when you're quilting and you're pushing the material, your quilt sandwich through the machine, it can move.
Well, generally you have your wadding bigger, don't you? Because you can change the size of it.
Exactly.
So would you do your quilting before you cut it out?
Yeah. So
Right,
I
good
cut
tip.
the front. I cut the front panel out because I want to do the quilt stitching on the fronts.
Yeah.
And then, as you can see, I've got the wadding, just a square that's bigger behind it.
Which you get plenty of wadding, don't you?
The wadding, you get loads, and it's so soft.
Yeah.
It really is nice wadding. And then I put the lining fabric, just a square on the back. And then I've just placed a few pins, and I'm going to quilt this to start with, because by doing that, you're then getting that real definition when you're doing your quilting. So I've kept the same cotton in, the sort of orangey that I used earlier, so that it gives a bit of contrast.
Does Beth give you some advice on how to quilt it?
What she recommends in the pattern is what I've done on that one, the one with the eggs in. You can't, because the fabric's so patterned, you can't see, it's just a wavy line
Nice, yeah.
quilting, so you can see it on the handle really well. And I've used a contrast thread so that it stands out. So you could use red to really, pick out the reds, but I've used a yellow, so it nice stands out really clearly.
Yeah, lovely.
So this one, I've kept the same thread in that I used before, which is just like an orangey colour. And I'm just going to quilt. I've not got a walking foot on this machine, but I think it'll be fine because it's nice wadding. It's not too thick.
Yeah.
So.
And this one does have a dual feed system, doesn't it? Anyway, so. I don't think you need to change any settings. It just generally does. And another thing, Deb, just so you can see. I mean, there's no point me telling you all this because it's not even for sale, but there's like a walking foot that's clipped at the bottom.
Oh, under here.
It's literally attached to the back of it, and you pull it forward, and it's a walking foot.
Perfect.
You don't need a walking foot though.
No, you don't, because this wadding it just slides through as well.
Yeah.
But I am going to start from the centre of the piece of fabric, so that as I'm quilting, it sort of pushes out towards the edges rather than starting at the edge. So I'm just starting at the top. You can do a sort of go back and do. Oh, I've gone a bit far there. It's because I'm on hair. Look, I'm on fast.
You're on fast,
super
speedy.
fast. So you can go back on your stitches just so that they don't come out. And I'm just going to do a wavy straight stitch, but you could do anything, couldn't you? You could do a zigzag stitch, anything you want to do. You could.
Did you free motion it?
You could, that's it. You just free motioning really, and then take that out so you can see it on. You can't really see it very clearly on the front, but you can see that wavy line on the back. And I've just made my stitch length a bit longer as well, with it being a top stitch quilt.
It's good to know that you can get that effect without having to lower your feed dogs, put your free motion foot on.
Yeah.
You're just literally just gliding it along through.
Yeah, just really, really easily just. And I like the wavy quilt stitch. You just sort of bringing it in, bringing it out. It's just really nice.
Lots of people looking forward to your website. What time does it launch then? What time
It's
is it going live?
launched.
It's gone live, Judith.
Yeah, it's gone. It's live. It's happening. There's all sorts of things on there. A lot of my made products.
Yeah.
And then, as I say, lots of haberdashery items, loads of wool. and lots of information about workshops that I'm going to be running, and
oh, that's good.
links to YouTube. So yeah, really good. It's exciting.
It'll be so nice doing workshops again.
Just be nice to see people, won't it? And get your machines out and
That's what's
share.
been great about Sewing Street, I think, for the last year, is that we've had all of these like workshops and demonstrations every day,
Yeah.
which we've all so dearly missed, haven't we, going to workshops?
Yeah, because you can watch, you know, I love doing my YouTube channel, but it's not the same as live, is
yeah.
it? It's nice to be with other sewers and
Yeah.
knitters, and you sharing ideas, and yeah, it's great.
Did you used to run workshops then before lockdown?
No, not the. I've done lots of workshops, and for I'm a counsellor as well, so I do lots of like breath work workshops and relaxation. Do lots of relaxation groups, and so.
Oh, hang on, you do your hypnobirthing, don't you?
Well, yeah, I'm not qualified to do hypnobirthing, but I do hypnotherapy.
Okay.
I'm not a hypnobirth practitioner,
Right.
but I can work with, you
Yeah.
know, like yourself and help you to relax before the birth. So I'll give you my number, Vic, before.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'll pass that on to my husband because he's definitely going to need your advice.
Oh yeah, it's great. So I love doing group sessions when you're doing that kind of thing, because it's everyone then just learns from each other and you're sharing ideas, aren't you? So yeah, I'm looking forward to doing that when we can go back. With lots of projects. So I'm just quilting, just doing the wavy lines until you've covered the whole area. So you can see how it's just wavy lines. So you're kind of going in and out and in and out until you've finished that whole panel.
Okay.
And then once you've done that, then I cut out the edge so that you have to be careful, obviously, to not cut this front edge, because that's to the pattern. But then once you then cut out with your wadding and your lining, you're getting the exact. I mean, you could use your rotary cutter. I prefer to just use the scissors here.
Well, yeah, especially when you're going through that many layers.
Yeah, it's.
I'd find that difficult with my rotary cutter. But there's, I think that's a really, really good tip actually, because it suggests in the pattern to cut them all out beforehand. But those of you that, we quilt, you do know that sometimes it all can shift.
Yeah. So then what I found was you kind of then lining them all up afterwards, and you're kind of like this, trying to line them up.
Yeah.
Where that way you have, you know that front piece is perfect to the pattern. You've done your quilting, and the wadding and that back panel are exactly the same size.
Right, okay.
So it makes it easier when you're constructing it as well, because you've not got sort of any overlap of the lining being a bit bigger or smaller, or the wadding being a bit tight.
Yeah.
It's all the perfect size. So that is a tip I think I would definitely take on board.
Yeah, that's great.
So you make 2 of those,
Yeah.
so that you've got your 2 sides to the basket, and then you have make your own binding. So let me show you here.
How wide is the binding on this? Because can you get pre-made bias binding, or
you can? Yeah, I mean you could. If I'm doing my own projects, I like to just buy bias binding.
Yeah.
But of course, this is nice because you want it to match the lining.
Yeah, good point.
And it's not difficult. It's really, it can sound a bit daunting, can't it? Oh, I'm God, making my own bias binding. It's so much easier to buy it off a reel.
Yeah.
But actually, this is just, I think it's just over an inch. An inch and a quarter. So it's an inch and a quarter wide. So you cut the fabric.
And are you cutting on a bias or straight?
I just cut straight.
Okay.
Now, because you are sewing it on that curved edge, so the binding I'm doing at the moment goes across this top edge. It might be easier to cut it on the bias because it just give it that bit of stretch.
Okay.
But I just cut this straight. So my fabric is an inch and a quarter wide by however long the pattern said, to just cover that bit there. So this is how to make the binding so that it's easier to makes it more easier to work with.
So this is good because recently we've done a demo on how to make binding using one of the bias binding maker tools that does it for you. So this is really good to see how you can do it without anything, just your iron.
Yeah, just the iron. Right. So I've got my strip, so I turn it right side down and then fold it in half. So I fold it away from me and iron in half. So you just have to be really careful, obviously, with your fingers, because these irons are great. They do get very, very hot, especially if you've got the steam on. So that's folded in half. And then I'm going to fold these edges in half again. Okay. So towards that centre line, just hold. You can pin or clip. I find it is just as easy just to hold it and then gently hold it and press at the same time towards that centre line. And then the same the other side. Do get very hot. Fabric's hot, hot, hot.
They are small but mighty, aren't they?
Oh gosh, yeah, they're amazing. They're amazing.
And I suppose actually a mini iron probably help with doing your binding as opposed to getting your big main iron
because
out.
You'd be kind of struggling to get the point of the iron. I'm just letting that cool down a bit because it's really hot. And then once you've got those two edges folded into the centre, then you fold it in the half again, with your original crease if you like, and iron that down flat. So it's now been folded into quarters basically. And once you've got that nicely held in position, that then just gives that piece of fabric that structure, so it's the binding. So it's then really quite easy to attach it to your material. So let me get my clips. So I've got my clips ready. So this binding goes around here. That's all we're doing at the moment.
Do you find clips are easier than pins with this?
Than pins, yeah. It depends. It's personal preference, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, doesn't matter. I like the clips because they're quite wide to get the wadding through as well.
Yeah.
Now, when a pin is useful here to mark the centre of the bag. So you could see that by eye, but I would just fold the bag in half, right sides together, so that you get a little crease, and then pin. Just pop a pin in there so that you know that that's the centre of the bag. There's your centre point. And then I folded the binding in half so I know which is the centre of the binding as well. So I can line that up with the pin, take the pin out and then clip that on. So I know that I'm going to have enough fabric to go around that edge. And then just clip this around the edge. I'm not, like I say, I'm not a big pinner or clipper, but I think it's just useful so that you've kind of got a guide, haven't you? So I didn't clip this other edge. I'm going to start at this point, start sewing here, and work around. And you can see how you are very much sewing on that curve.
Right.
So I'm just going to leave that loose because by the time you get round to here, you can then just keep going round.
Right.
So it's 1/4 inch seam on the whole bag or basket. So let's make sure you've got all your layers underneath. Let me just bring that round a bit more. And away you go with your 1/4 inch seam. So take this steady, you don't have to rush. Try and push that binding out like that so you're not getting a crease in it.
So this is going onto your front. You sew your binding onto the front.
You're sewing the binding onto the front, and because you're doing a 1/4 inch seam, it will pretty much, you're sewing on that line of one of the creases on the binding that you've just folded with your iron. So you go all the way round, and this is where then I find it easier to take the clips off and just kind of, that's how I'm used to sewing without the clips. And then go round. Going round, and it's so easy to that wadding is just, there's no friction on it with the fabric or anything, it just goes under the machine, so nice.
Oh, that's good. And you do get that in your kit as well, that's included. You don't need to add any interfacings to this.
No, it's so nice, it's so soft. And you just take it steady round that curve, and then all the way up to the end. And there you are. There's your binding. Let me just move that out of the way. And there's your binding, stitched really neatly. Got a lot of fraying edges here. Just cut those little ends off. So there you can see it's really nicely stitched around that edge.
Oh, lovely.
And then you bring it over from the front, so turn it back over to so you've got your lining facing, and I'm folding that down, and because you've got those creases really indented, it remembers it really easily. Fold it down, so you're doubling it over, and I always like to go over with that binding edge over that line of stitching, just to cover it over.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you can see it, but then you're kind of pulling it just that little bit
further.
Tauter, yeah. Clips I definitely use here, because you're then really hanging on to that, so that it's very satisfying actually when you pull it over, and it just covers that row of stitching that you've got where you've just sewn the binding onto the front, and there, and then the same the other side.
That's why you like to hand stitch it down, because it does keep it nice and neat. If you try to do it on your machine, I think it'd be hard to catch it, that you don't.
I mean, if I was doing like a quilt, sometimes I will make the binding that bit wider.
Yeah.
So that I then sew down here in the ditch.
Right.
So I would do my seam stitch in the ditch on the front, and then that does catch the back.
Mm-hmm.
So you could do that, but I prefer to hand sew it.
Well, let's face it, it's not a massive quilt. It's a little bit of hand sewing. I know that you've got your hand stitching around this part of the binding and the other part, but it's nice to do a little bit of.
Yeah.
Especially when it is such a detailed, beautiful bag. Makes a difference, doesn't it?
It does. It just makes it that kind of special, doesn't it? That bit more special. But like I say, you could easily machine stitch it. I just chose to hand stitch. So you can see, again, just a sort of slip stitch, quite small, so that you're just almost tacking it on. Just really tiny stitches. It's frayed quite a lot, that binding. But you can snip those edges off, or you can tuck those little raw edges in, so you're hiding them in the binding, and then just go around the edge like this. And yeah, it's quite satisfying, isn't it? I just find that really therapeutic. I'm doing my stitches quite big just for speed, really.
The Liberty option, by the way, there's less than 15 available. Pattern sold out on its own. Liberty option, $24.99 is your side graphic. The one that Debs is working with is the main Michael Miller Born to Sew.
So nice small stitches, just gently tacking in that edge and covering that stitch line underneath. And it actually, because you've got the fold in the fabric, the creases, it does sort of fit quite nicely into that edge. It doesn't, you're not fighting against the fabric or the binding.
Sorry, you think you've mentioned this, but are you doing like a slip stitch then?
Yeah, just doing a quick sort of, I mean, if I was at home, I would do this a lot neater and slower and quite, I'll show you how I would do it more sort of accurately rather than, so you're just taking a little bit of the fabric underneath on the lining and then up through the binding edge, right on the edge, quite small.
Just catching it.
Because the smaller your stitches, then obviously the neater it's going to be, and your finished look's going to be.
Yours is really neat on this one. Really neat.
It's
I can't really see the stitches.
And this, the cotton I'm using here is just a slight shade lighter than I would probably have used as well. So just all the way round, hand stitching that binding on. And that's that piece. I've got one that I've already done that on. So you can see how that's nice. And what does make a difference, if you just get your iron again, because the iron really is, you know, your close friend. It's so important, I think, when you're sewing.
It's as important as your sewing machine, really, isn't it? You're pressing.
It just sort of seals it, and then you can also seal the front and just give that extra press, and you can see then how neat that looks. It's something very satisfying, and you can see how you've stitched it nicely. And some people, I've done this again myself on a quilt, you could do it the other way round, so that you could machine stitch the binding on there and then bring it forward and hand stitch that side. Okay. It's personal preference, but yeah, I just think that looks really nice.
Does Beth suggest to hand stitch it down?
Yeah, again, she gives you the either or.
Yeah.
So either machine stitch it or hand stitch it.
Lovely.
So
you do that on both.
You do that on
the front and the back.
Both the front and the back.
Yeah.
And that's what they look like when they're nicely stitched down. Oh, and I didn't put the darts in. The darts go before you've done the binding.
Oh, okay.
So let me go back to this one. Just reminded me. So on this one here, because there's 5 darts. So you've got where your pattern is. Here's your pattern.
They're all marked on your pattern.
They're really clear as well. They're really clear. So you've got where your pattern is here. Then you would mark your darts. So do this before you do that binding. I've just forgotten that bit. So there are your darts. So there's just one at the top in the centre, and then there's the 4 at the bottom. So mark them on. And as I say, I didn't cut the darts. Mm-hmm. All I did was, I'll show you on one of the bottom ones. So pinch at the point of the dart.
Yeah.
And then bring those together, the edges on the inside. So you're doing this on the lining side. Clip or pin. And then do that for your other 3 across the bottom. Try and clip it in there. So you're pinching at the point and then just pulling those 2 pieces together at the top. So they're only quite small darts, so they just give it that bit of shape. Pinch at the point. I'll use one of those clips. So when you're then sewing, and there's one there that you would do before you put your binding on.
Okay then. And do you sew from the point down or?
Yeah, well I sewed from the outside.
In.
Down in. Yeah, so I went from the outside. Let's do that one as soon as the clips popped off. From the outside edge, make sure it's obviously under your foot nice and tightly so that it doesn't move, and it slides under quite nice. Go back, do your back stitch to secure, and then go to the point, and again back stitch. I like those to be really firm, really tight.
We've had lots of new collectors buying today, Deb.
Oh, that's nice.
Lots involved in Rosie Rabbit as well.
Oh.
Lots of inspiration today.
That's
and you're
nice.
so clear and so calm and thorough.
That's nice. I just like to, when I'm making something, I just want it really clear.
Yeah.
So that's how I sort of explain it to other people. So let's just sew these darts in, and then you'll really see then how the shape comes together. So when you're sewing the darts in, you kind of think, oh, it looks a funny shape at first, but you can see there how those darts, again, iron those out because you've put them in friction pen. If I just iron out, so my pen marks disappear. They're brilliant, those friction pens, aren't they?
Oh, they are. Oh, we have all sorts of colours and lots of thickness at nibs now. There's loads.
Yeah,
it's become a real sort of thing. You remember like smelly gel pens?
Yeah.
Or Sharpies are a thing, aren't they? Friction pens are becoming our thing.
They are. Oh, they're absolutely, because you've drawn them on and then they just disappear.
Great.
So that's then how your darts look on the inside. You can see they're quite small.
Yeah.
And because you're doing it on in the same thread as your quilting, they match and they look fine. And in a minute, I'll show you how you put the binding over that anyway, so you don't see that bulk inside the bag. And can you see how it just shapes.
Oh,
just
lovely.
gives it a really nice bit of definition.
Well, it is. It's really clever, actually. It's unlike any other bag or basket that I've seen. It is this gondola shape, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really clever.
There was something on the TV the other day with gondolas in Venice. Thought, oh, that looks like that basket, because it is a real gondola shape, yeah. And just that detail makes it that shape and perfectly. So, yeah, you've got the 5 darts in there. So I'll go back to my finished one, because I just want to show you how it comes together, because it's quite intricate, the piecing it together. So I want to spend a bit of time on that.
Fab.
So you'll have 2 of these. So that's your finished side, one of the sides. So you've got your dart there. You can't even see the darts, can you, on that patterned side? But if I just lay it like that, you can see how it's got that shape.
Shaping, yeah.
And then there you can see those 4 darts there and 1 in the centre. So I've got my binding all ready on that one. And what I've done is sewn one piece of the other side piece to the handle.
Okay.
Just so you can see with the handle, once you've cut it out, remember to do it on the fold on that smaller part of the handle. And then you do exactly the same with the handle. You sandwich it with the wadding and the lining, and quilt in exactly the same way. So you can see I've just done a wavy quilting stitch all the way through. And that's quite a long piece of material when it's you know, standalone. And then I have already sewn this side on, so you can see how that looks.
That is going to look lovely.
And I'm going to turn that back out now, so it's inside out. And you can see how you've got all these raw edges.
This is what I was going to ask you, because you're not doing the bagging out technique.
No.
Because it's all just almost like quilt as you go, really,
isn't it? It is
because
quilt
you're
as you
doing
go.
all of that. Do you need to conceal these raw edges?
Yeah. So when you do the handle part, again, it's all in the pattern. The pattern's really clear. You cut a little, another piece of binding fabric out to cover that inside seam.
Yeah.
So that's binding in exactly the same way I've just done for this panel here. And then you cut a piece of binding, which seems really long. Here, I'm trying to remember how, I think, was it 34? Yeah, 36 I think it is. What does it say on the pattern? I can't remember the exact measurements. I think it's 36, is it, inches. So it's quite long. And I do exactly the same with this as I showed you before with the other binding. Fold it in half, iron it in half, quarters, and then in half again, like that. So that makes your binding. So that's quite a long piece. You're looking at, you know, quite a big piece, because that's one piece that will then go all the way around this edge to cover up those raw edges. But once it's done, it looks so nice.
Oh,
and
is.
neat.
It makes such a difference.
Yeah. So before you get to that stage, cut these little loose ends off. I'm going to just show you how to put the other side on, because I've put this side on and I'm going to show you this side. The second side's a little bit more tricky in terms of, let's find the centre. So this time I'm going to find the centre of the bottom edge pin. So I'm just going to pop a pin in there so I can see that that's the centre line there. And I did fussy cut this fabric as well. So when I cut this one out, you can see I
had that
fussy cut it so that I've got that in the centre.
Lovely.
So it was symmetrical.
Because
I'm random like that.
That's it, you're just so random. I was waiting for you to do something really random.
I'm so random, it's just untrue. I have to catch myself sometimes going all out. And then that centre point lines up with the seam at the bottom, on your bottom edge. So you can either pop that pin back in, or you can clip it. And again, I found this really satisfying to clip round, and it just fits so nicely. I think it's one of those patterns, I think, that cutting your pieces out accurately really makes a difference.
Right, okay. Trust in the pattern. And
yeah. because now you can just see, I mean, it's literally, as I'm moving the fabric round, it's just piecing itself together. It's literally just folding itself. Clip that there. Now with this second piece, all I would say to double check is that the edges here, it's hard to show you, let me turn it out, are the same level.
What do you mean?
So here, where you've got this second panel here that I'm putting on, make sure that it's at the same point.
Okay, yeah.
So you could always, let's turn it the right way around. This is what you find with sewing, isn't it? It's either back to front, inside out, upside down, and then when you turn it out, it all ends up okay. So you could...
Oh, that's why you want it level, so that these parts match there, right,
so
I'm with you.
So you could, if you wanted to be doubly sure, use your ruler to draw a line so that you know that they are level, so that that is lining up, because when you've turned your bag out you want those to be level, otherwise it'll look wonky.
Right, okay.
But again, if your pattern is, if you've cut your fabric exactly right to the pattern,
it will fit.
It should fit. But Beth does mention that in the pattern, just double check that. So again, I'm only going to clip that first half, because then I find that once you get to halfway point,
you're on a roll.
It kind of just does itself. It's such a nice pattern in that way that folds itself together. So it's just a bit of a...
Is this quite bulky under your machine now?
Bit bulky, yeah.
Was your machine at home okay?
It was actually, yeah. I did have the walking foot on mine, but it's absolutely fine. So off we go. Make sure you, because there might be a little bit of pull on that edge, make sure you do the back stitch, or you secure that stitch down.
Right.
You've got a little bit of bulk here. You know, you're kind of
manoeuvring it around a bit.
But you're not fighting with it.
You're in control.
You're in control, and all you have to do is you just pull that up again. Focus on the bit you're doing here.
Yeah.
If you start worrying about what's going on here, you then become distracted. If you just keep your eye on what you're sewing, you're fine. So 1/4 inch seam, and just keep stopping and adjusting, taking your time.
That's a great thing with your machine. If it's got the needle down position,
yes,
when you stop, it will automatically stop with your needle down.
Exactly. So when I stop, the needle's down. So even if I needed to just move that foot slightly, your needle's securing it together. And just keep pulling it. Stop with your foot and just pull it. Don't be afraid to stop and check. Keep going round. It's just so satisfying how it literally, it's like a jigsaw puzzle. Over those darts, take your time, because obviously you've got quite a few bits, you've got a few layers there stitching together. So there's the pin. Take the pin out, and at this point I'm just holding it together and feeding it through the machine. And that's a bit of a sticking point there, because you're going over that centre piece of binding.
Right, so that is quite a lot of layers of fabric.
A lot of layers. It's very satisfying because it just lends itself.
So now you've got to the point where your clips have ran out, but it's still all just is going to fit.
Yeah, I find just clip to the halfway, because then it will just naturally take itself around. And if not, you know, if you're happier pinning it all the way around or clipping it, then do what's best for you, don't you, really? Because we're all doing the same pattern, but everybody has such different ways.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's what I love, is that everybody will have different takes on it, different ways that they find easier, and different fabrics are going to look completely different. Once you've got the pattern again, you can do these in Christmas fabrics then.
Oh,
can you talk about Christmas today? I'm so sorry. I know we haven't even got to like the exciting part of this year where we can go outside and enjoy a bit of springtime weather. And here I am talking about Christmas.
Talking about Christmas. So when you come up to that edge, just make sure that you again secure it with a couple of back stitches.
Yeah.
And that's your second side on. Nice, you can see it's just gone round. And just to double check.
So actually, like you said, the construction of it isn't too tricky, is it?
Not at all.
Because there's only the 3 panels.
The time really is the cutting out, because it has to be good and clear, and your quilting and things, and the binding. Yeah. But I've missed a bit there, look. So let me go over that. So you can see, always do that, especially with this bag, because you're, as you say, it's a bit of a quilt as you go bag. Yeah. If I'd not checked that and then gone over my raw edges inside, it would have been too late to come back. So just double check.
Turn it out and check.
Always
that you've
double
caught your
check.
seams.
So let's just go over that bit again.
It's not a problem though, is it? You don't need to unpick anything. You can just go back over.
No, and it's best to check at that point, because, as I say, you once you've put your binding on, but you would have noticed it with when you were putting your binding on anyway. So yeah, just go back over that part. Come back up that side. They've just not stayed quite together, but you see, if you'd pinned it, then it would be more secure, but so nice having a machine that cuts for you. So nice. So there, that's done that. I'm just going to cut that bit of bulk out now. So let's just turn it out. It's quite a big basket, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Oh, you've hit a lot of Easter eggs in there.
Oh, there's loads in there. So there it is, all nicely fitted together, and you can see.
Oh, that looks lovely.
It's, already holding its shape really nicely.
It does, yeah.
So it might be worth at this point and giving it a little press, just to press out those seams.
We've got a few minutes left with you, Debs.
I'll show you this. Just to press it out, so that you're giving that a real nice crease, especially because you've got those darts. It just then gives it a nice press around the edge. So you go round both sides really neatly and iron those out, press those out. And then this is where it kind of all comes together really quickly once you've got to this point. You're almost there. So you've got all those raw edges, and then you take this long length of binding. Get that one, because that's a bit neater. And again, find the centre point. In the pattern, I'm sure Beth suggests starting here at the bottom. Okay. And going around like this, so that your seam is at the top.
Yeah, because when you've got things in your basket, you don't see any of the bottom parts. No, do you?
So, but I did do it that way.
Right. Okay.
So that your seam then is at the bottom.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I was going to say I can't see any of your.
No, I did it that way round. So again, just read the pattern and check. So again, with your clips, we're now taking so you've got the bottom panel facing you, right side down, and then you're putting your binding exactly as you did before, and I'm just clipping it on. And this is where it just takes a bit of time, but you're not in any rush when you're sewing at home, are you?
No.
That's where the pleasure of the hobby comes in.
Oh, absolutely. That is, I think, the whole point of it. Yeah, you can go out and buy baskets and things. It's
exactly.
The pleasure's in the making, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and how satisfying it is. So yeah, just take your time.
Although, imagine how much, if you went to Liberty, how much it would cost for, Liberty bags
to
and
buy
Liberty
a bag.
things. Yeah.
And that's it. You can, and also you could put, even on this bag, you could put an inside pocket if you wanted to.
Oh, good idea.
You could personalise it, can't you?
Yeah, have a think about what you're going to use it for.
Yeah. And then just make it to suit that purpose, really.
Yeah, because you could have a pocket on the outside.
Yeah.
On the inside, you can, there's lots you could do with that. Hence why I was talking about Christmas, is because it's sort of one of those patterns that I don't think you'll just make once.
Oh, no.
I think it's one that you'll have, and then all year round, even all that way away, Christmas, it's going to be perfect.
But can you imagine, you could do it in nice Easter fabric and have it for your Easter egg hunts, summer for picnics, Halloween for trick or treats.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could just have one for every season, couldn't you?
Yeah.
So that's how you clip that binding around the edge, and then again use your sewing machine to sew all around the edge, and it just feeds through again really quite easily. And then do the same for the other side, and then hand stitch that binding down. So have I got time to do a little bit of
Yeah, we can
stitching?
recap whilst you're stitching round. Do you know what? I thought this would be a really good little nursery one, actually, that I can put all my nappy changing things in. You know, when you just
Yeah.
need to scoop it up and take it to another room. This would be ideal. So the one that Deb is working with is the Michael Miller, which is this one. Now you get 1 metre of your solid fabric for your lining and your handle, and then you get a fat quarter for your 2 sides as well. And it's a beautiful, beautiful basket. You get your Beth Studley pattern, your Love from Beth pattern, and you also get your 80/20 wadding, £24.99. And I love the detail of the buttons in this one. And if you're random like Deb's and you want to, you know, really fussy cut and think about the placement of your stripes, then you can, absolutely. Go wild, £24.99. Oh, she's bought us so many sweets and I've sat here eating them all of them, Deb.
Enjoy it.
Oh gosh, they're lovely. They're really nice. Then we've also got lesson 5 of the Liberty. So the one that you've seen made up comes with your pattern. It comes with a beautiful... What range is this from, Kat? Do you know? Orchard Garden, isn't it lovely? Orchard Garden fat quarter, Liberty. And then you're also getting your beautiful mottle effect, which is like a pinky coral. It goes perfectly with the flowers. Then you're also getting your pattern, and you do get your wadding included as well, which is 1/2 metre. It's extra wide, so you'll have loads left for different projects in your, that you might not have finished yet. Any unfinished projects, any smaller quilting projects, you've got lots of wadding. Lesson 5 of those now. That's going to sell out. We also have the red. We've got the red, the floral fat quarter, 1 metre of red, plus you're getting your Beth Studley pattern, which is brilliant. It says skill level, beginner to medium level skill set. So if you've got today's demo that you can watch at home as well, absolutely go for it, because I think we've covered all of the really sort of trickier bits. And then finally, the last one that we have, which again is really limited, less than 10 of these, we have the greens and the blues. This is like your duck eggy, beautiful greeny blue, and then your sky blue mottle effect with your pattern and your wadding for £22.99. We've loved all of the Love from Beth patterns. They've been very, very, very popular, and this one no exception. So enjoy. Please do make sure you post your pictures on the Facebook page as well. We'd love to see them. So you've managed to go all the way around.
Go all the way around with your binding, and when you get to the end, there's plenty actually.
Tail.
It's nice, yeah. You can cut that off, and what I did is got to the end, and then I just did some stitches horizontally when you're looking at the bag like that.
Okay.
To then create a seam. I'm going to chop that off, give it just a 1/4 of an inch seam allowance if you like, and then once that turns over, got a little bit of a crease there, that then is your seam.
Oh, brilliant.
So it's nice and
hidden.
stitched together, hidden.
And this one as well is straight binding again, isn't it? And it seems to have gone around the curve absolutely fine. It's up to you if you do
exactly.
bias or straight.
Yeah, I didn't use, as I said, I didn't cut it on the bias, and you can see it's just folded really nicely. And then you can go back to
doing your same technique.
Just a little
of
bit
hand sewing.
bulky, but you can manage it. It's just then a question of getting your clips. This is where I think the clips are easier to use than pins.
Right, okay.
And clip your binding round, all the way round, and for the other edge, and then do your hand stitching.
Lovely. Thank you ever so
very
much,
nice.
demystifying it. Judith said calm and thorough. That's the teacher in Deb, as we've worked with her in class. You are very...
Oh, is that? Yeah, I know, Judith.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank
and good luck with
you.
your website.
Thank you. Yeah, please have a look and subscribe to our newsletters and YouTube. And
Brilliant.
It's great. It's great to have people following.
So it's
us
Mabel and Deb.
mabelanddeb.co.uk.
Fab. When are you back with us, Deb?
12th of April.
Lovely,
So not
lovely.
far. You probably won't be here.
No,
then.
probably won't. But it's lovely to see you, and I can't wait to see you when I get back.
Yeah, definitely.
Keep
I look
in
forward to hitting the
contact.
baby.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vic.
Take care, take care. Right, do not go anywhere. We're going to be talking about, we haven't got the exact same Juki as the one that Deb's been working with, but we have got the latest model. It's older brother. It's incredible. Or younger brother. It's newer, isn't it? It's incredible. It is absolutely incredible. So we talk about that. We've also got, for anybody who is new to us, we've had lots of new buyers today. We've got, I don't like to call it an entry-level machine because it's still absolutely brilliant. It's an Elna machine, but the price point is really sort of credit card friendly. It's really good. And we've got some deals on storage. If you've spotted them on pre-order already, you've seen the savings you're going to be making. So don't go anywhere. We're back in a few minutes from now.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness, and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
While we're having to spend more time at home again, we're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 AM, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
While we're having to spend more time at home again, we're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 AM, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street Fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers. Tell you exactly what Kat just said in my ear. Sorry for the longer break. We've just been eating chocolate. We've just been having Easter eggs. Speak for yourself. I have not had one Easter egg yet. I've not had one, but I have noticed that the basket, the gondola basket, has it's completely deflated of eggs. Well, I can't see any from here. Can't see any. Look, are there eggs still in there? I can see tissue paper. Can't see any Easter eggs. I said to Kat and Joe, they were both walking around with loads of eggs in their hands. So I was like, what are you doing with those eggs? And they were like both like little naughty children, put them behind them, like, we're not eating these. Anyway, sorry. Right, we're going to start with, should we start with some storage? Let's start with some storage. So, all of these storage are brand new to me. Storage is like a hobby in itself, isn't it? Whenever I'm over at our sister channel, Jewellery Maker, every show that we do of storage is literally the busiest show that they do. It's so manic and everybody we all love storage, especially us crafters. So, especially through lockdown, we've all been thinking more about getting organised. Do you know what this is? This isn't just storage. This is a pin cushion as well. So it's a pin cushion container. It's the first time I've seen these. Can I open it? I won't be able to open them all because these are quite limited actually, but you can see. So it comes like this. It's got the strap round the bottom, so you pull that off, which is nice and secure, and then you can put in here all of your pins.
How good is that? I tell you what, when we go back to classes and things like that, this is ideal to be able to keep your pins nice and concealed, nice and safe, away from paws or little fingers, little hands. Save you putting them in the side of the sofa. It's great, isn't it? As I said, especially when we are on the move. We all have lots of different pin cushions, and some of them, you know, will just leave your pins exposed like this. Majority of them will. So to have one that you can then pack away, and I'm wondering whether, do you know what? You could also just use this as a different storage tub if you want. You've got the option of being able to take your pins out, put other bits and bobs in. For $4.99, that is so good. I tell you what, that is actually brilliant. If you have a look at how much storage boxes like this cost, I think you will be over the moon with your purchase. And that's saving £3 from our price. Today, these should be $7.99, yeah. My maths is horrendous. I can't even add 3. $7.99, £3 saving for $4.99 is your Simplicity pin cushion storage box. We are very, very limited though. We've got less than 10 of those available. They've been really, really popular already on pre-order, so do make the most of those. That's your pin cushion, store it away, Craft Caddy. So the ones that we have that are even smaller are these. So you can buy one, or you can buy 2 and make a saving. So with these, for one, I will show you. It's exactly the same. It's got the strap around the bottom, so you can pull that off and you could keep all your buttons in there. If you're like Random Deb and you like to collect all your buttons, this would be a lovely little button tub. £6.99 for one. £6.99 if you do just want one. But what I like about them, can you see that they are all stackable? They've got the little grooves, so they will all stack all completely next to each other. And how easy is that to be able to see what you've got in there as well? Now, if you want 2, oh my word, right. In fact, if you were going to buy one, don't. Buy 2. Just buy 2. You're saving £6. It's basically buy one, get one free, isn't it, really? $6.99 each, or 2 for $7.98. That is brilliant value. And they are really, really lovely quality. They're nice and solid. You can see exactly what you've got. When we're able to go to workshops or craft fairs, these are absolutely ideal. And today with a saving, that's like an early bird special, isn't it? £6 saving. That's really good. That's a brand new deal today, by the way. That is a brand new special offer launched today and I think out today. Thank you, Hayley Bryant. Or was it Hayley Marsh to say? Our Hayley, head of TV, has let us do this today. So thank you, Hayley. But what a brilliant buy. Do you know, I'm even thinking for different crafts now as well. Doesn't need to just be sewing. Or we've all got one of those drawers, haven't we, where you've got lots of bits and bobs like nuts and bolts and drawing pins, safety pins, things like that. Just to have them all stacked up nicely out of the way is brilliant. This is like a clearance show. It's not supposed to be any sort of sale day. That is really, really good value. They're the smallest containers that we have, and you definitely may as well go through for the offer. You can get one if you want still. It's $6.99, but you can get 2 for $7.98. Now, it's not stopping you multi-buying with this offer, so you do still get 2. I'm just going to really carefully open this. If you put in a quantity of 2 to your basket, then you get 4. You'll get 4 home. And can you see that they've got the little ridged feet as well, so they slot in perfectly. So if you are multi-buying, you could stack them all up. You can see what you've got really nice and clearly. They're lovely and solid. They've got that extra security, that they've got the strap, which look really fancy, don't they? Your safety pins, your buttons. Get some for gifts. I love, love, love getting organised. It's been my new favourite thing. I've been watching too many of those programmes on Netflix of organising all your cupboards and your drawers through lockdown. I've now got to the point that I've folded all of my underwear into like circular things, and they're all my pants are there, and Kira's pants, and all my new baby grows are all there, all folded, all nicely. Organised very, very well. But storage boxes are brilliant, aren't they? Just to get yourself nice and organised. Thinking Kat, we both love wrapping. You could put all of your different bits and bobs like bows or ribbons. You could put like labels and things, couldn't you? Do you know who'd love these? Kerry. Living in Loveliness, Kerry. She loves a bit of storage and stationery. Next size up, you can go for one, $7.99. You know what I'm going to say though? Don't just buy one. We'll forget that because you can get two for less than £10. You are saving more than your postage and packaging. You're saving £6. Absolutely make the most of it, because if you buy one, you've still got to pay £3.95 P&P. So if you get these, you're saving £6, which pays your post and packaging, and you're saving. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. They still stack. They stack with the other ones as well. So they're all, what's the word when they're interchangeable? So if you've got the smaller ones, you can still stack them with the larger ones. The smaller ones stack on top of the larger ones, yes. The pincushion one, they all stack. All interchangeable. All interchangeable. So the medium ones, I feel like I was doing a magic trick then. Oh, which one's the ball in? But they all work. Even the larger ones, you'll be able to stack them all up on top of each other, which will look so smart in your workroom, so smart in your office. If you have got spools, you could stack them in there. Tape measures, you can see that they are designed for crafts, but you absolutely could use them for all sorts. You know, you're thinking of your bits and bobs for your gondola basket cap, for hair bits and bobs. How good are they for little hair grips and bobbles and things like that? For in the bathroom, keeping your cotton wool and, you know, little little earbuds and things like that. Absolutely brilliant. £9.98. I'd have one for my treats. Brand new, today offer, £6 saving. I don't know whether we can offer this saving again. This will be one for $7.99 and no saving on two. So it will be, you are saving £6 today if you are multi-buying. Brilliant. Okay. Next, we have these ones. So these, again, completely stackable. These, you can stack your smaller ones on top. They fit perfectly, so you would be able to fit 4, of your smaller ones. They all stack in. One on its own is $14.99. You know the drill. One on its own is $14.99. So it's got the double strap on this one. It's got loads of storage for your threads or your bobbins in here. Let me show you. So we said how much for the one? $14.99 if you buy one. Kat's already taken the graphics out because she's saying, look, don't do it. Buy two. If you order them with this item code, you get two. You are saving £14. You're not saving £6. You're saving £14. This is going to be ideal, again, for your threads. You could keep your, I'm thinking your bobbins would fit nicely in there. Embroidery bobbins. Or you could keep your safety pins in one. You could keep your ribbons. They're lovely, aren't they? So this time, 2 of your boxes for £15.98. Just be aware though, we have now got 5. We've got 5 chances. There's loads of people who want the offer. They are going to be available individually, but we can only offer another 4 people the offer of buying 2 for less than £16. That's the only catch. That is the only catch. I've got the big boxes as well. I'm guessing this saving is going to be amazing. So 1 box, buy 1 today, £19.99. Remember, Don't add 2 of these to your basket. You need to forget this code and go for the other one, because the saving, normally I wouldn't do it, but you know, Deb's got me inspired to go rogue, be random, and just tell you, forget this, forget it. Do you want both? 2 storage tubs for $21.98. I mean, it's completely up to you. If you do want the one, just get the one. If you only need the one, just get one. But you're saving £18. They're always going to be useful. They are always going to be really, really useful. There's less than 10 of these offers left available. These are really lovely and solid. You can see exactly what you've got. You've got the security of your strap. They stack up really nicely. Thinking your fabrics can now go in here. Fabrics, oh brilliant. I would be multi-buying as many as you can. Your divided container, so this one does have the 2 divides, which I believe, let's have a look. I think you can take the divides out if you want. I'm going to check. I think you can. So, lid comes off. Oh, yeah, divides can come out as well. Can you? So the divides, yeah, they do. They do come out. So if you do want to keep larger products in there, don't think, oh, well, it's a divider. You can take those divides out, but it's ideal, isn't it? When do we ever do an early bird that saves £18? And quite often, by the time that we get to 12 o'clock, we can't even talk about the early bird special because they've already sold out. So this is like for anybody who's your lunchtime special at just £21.98. Sorry. I'm making this look a lot more difficult than it is. I think I've got it in the wrong way round. Joe said, yeah, you are. You're not doing a very good job at that. So, it's got a lovely secure straps as well, your elastic straps. They all work in conjunction with each other. So if you do want to, what's wrong? Joe's just laughing at me. I'm not doing it wrong. It's the first time I've seen these. I have, you know, Joe. Thank you, Kat. She's saying, you're doing a great job, Vix, explaining them. My lid's on properly. Come and have a look, Joe. My lid is on absolutely fine. He says your lid's not on properly. You can, of course, stack your smaller ones on top. These then work in conjunction again to stack the smaller squares. It's all brilliant, isn't it? You can then stack a bigger one on top of this one. Absolutely. It's like Jenga, isn't it? There's my, obviously it gets to a point where you're going to, you've got ones that are different thicknesses, but there we go. My pin cushion on top. Woo woo! All of my haberdashery ready to go. £21.98. Remember, this is for the 2. I think it's an offer that we will not be able to repeat. So with this one, you're getting this box and you're also getting this box. So the 2 larger ones. Just £21.98. They're so good. If anybody's got these, please will you message in and let us know. I know lots of people have got these. I want to see them on the Facebook fan page. I bet you've got them all in colour order, all of your fabrics, all organised beautifully. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy all of your storage with a saving today, £21.98. How good is that? Saving £18. It is not how much you're spending, it's how much you're saving. Now that is all of the storage for this morning. So go back through and see what's available. Lots are selling out now, or lots have got sort of 1s or 2s in stock. So do make the most of them. You can still get some of them individually, but you won't make that saving. So do be quick. Fabulous. Now, talking of storage, I love this big briefcase of Metla threads. Now these are your silk finish cottons. They're absolutely beautiful quality. There was a lady who messaged in actually earlier on. Sorry that I missed your message. And it was a question for Debs about different threads that she would recommend other than Gutermann and Orifil. Another great quality thread is Metla. We're really, really lucky, very privileged that we do have great connections with huge brands when it comes to Orifil, when it comes to, of course, your Gutermann, but latest on board, we've brought to you Metla. And I did do a little bit of research into Metla threads, and some of the biggest brand names in the world, some of the most high-end car manufacturers, like the really, really supercar manufacturers and designers, use Metla threads for their upholstery and their stitching in their cars, the stitching on the handbags and clothes and things. These are your 100% cotton silk threads. They're absolutely silk finish threads. So they've got that lovely, I'll take one of the packaging off for you. So you can see that it's got a slight sort of pearly, silky finish to it. I know a lot of people who choose to use, cotton threads when they're using their cotton fabrics. And this one is absolutely gorgeous. So you're getting, how much on each? 150 meters on each spool, and you're getting 96 spools in here. And what's brilliant is look at all of the different shades. So you've got 2 rows of different shades of blue. You're always going to find the complementing colour to go with any of your fabrics, aren't you? Look at all of your reds and your oranges, your yellows, all of these lovely daffodil shades, your greens, your neutrals. You've got such an amazing array. Now, it does come in your storage box, and this is something that you don't normally get. This is more like a, what's the word? This is more what you see in industry, in the shops. This is when you're a business. But if you are maybe doing a commission for somebody, or if you want to have the shade card, they're not normally available. And they're not just colours, they're actually threads. So it's not like the ones that you see with paint, where you then buy the paint, it's a completely different colour. They're the actual threads. So you can see the whole range of colours. So if there are any that you want to try out, or any that you want to try again, then that's brilliant that you've got the shade card in there as well. All 150 metres, which if you think about that and you break it down, your price per spool is fantastic anyway, but you do get more threads than your standard 100 metre spool anyway. You're paying just £1.56 a spool. Remember, they are 150 metres. And you're getting your amazing colour shade chart, and you're getting your briefcase as well. It is going to be one of those that's going to last you for so long, isn't it? If you have a look out elsewhere, one, we're really, really lucky that we can offer you split payment. So this is $49.99 on 3 split payments. You will get it home straight away though. You will get it home straight away once you've paid that first payment, which I don't think you'll get anywhere else actually. I don't know, don't quote me on that, but I don't know if anywhere else will offer it. This one is the exact same one. It's the silk finish, and you can see it's £178.95. So, I mean, to be able to get it on split pay is a really good option, isn't it? Today, to be able to get home and get all of these beautiful 50 weight threads, so these are ideal for all of your sewing, your hand stitching, any of the hand stitching that we've seen today with Deb, or of course you can use it in your sewing machine, you can use it in your bobbin, you can use it for applique, you could use it for quilting. Look at that colour, that's my favourite colour, the jade. You're always going to find one to match your fabrics in your projects, aren't you? There's so many colours in here, you're always going to find one that matches. $149.99. It sounds considered, I understand and appreciate, but have a think about how much sewing you do, how much thread we need, how much thread we get through, and how long this will last you, how we struggle to look through trying to find different colours, whereas this, you can see exactly what you've got here. It's a really lovely, secure briefcase to keep them as well. If you're thinking, right, I've not tried Metla before. I want to have a go with Metla threads before I invest in the big briefcase. We have got some smaller packs. The silk finish cotton, exactly the same quality, the exact same thread, 150 metres on each of these spools, but this time you're getting 28. Still, you've got a great variety of your blues and greens, you've still got reds and oranges, you've got some lovely neutral shades in here as well, your greys and browns, you've got black. We're at $39.99, so it now works out at £1.42 a spool. It's exactly the same quality, it's exactly the same thread that you see in the briefcase option. It's just obviously a bit of a more modest pack to try out. Still plenty of colours there, that's still going to go a long way. And the great thing about using Metla thread is, of course, you'll find a difference, I think, with your stitching, that your seams will be stronger, therefore they will last longer. You're not going to get skipped stitches, you're not going to have a huge lint build-up, even with cotton. And cotton threads generally don't tend to be as bright as the polyester threads, I find, whereas the Metla ones, look at those beautiful strength of colour. These are your mercerised cotton, they're absolutely beautiful. We did have a discussion with Bex Reed when we first launched them. We did a whole show talking about Metla. And it is brilliant. For anybody who does quilting, you'll really notice a difference working with a quality thread. Well, any kind of sewing, it isn't just quilting, but these are the ones that you'll probably often see our guest designers using on air. They generally mix between Aurifil, Gutermann and Metla. They're the three staple that we stock, but Metla are gorgeous quality. We've got a slightly smaller pack again. This one is still exactly the same cotton. It doesn't have the silk finish. So this is going to be, it's a matte finish. So this is going to be really good if you do, oh, in fact, no, it is silk finish, it says in the graphics. Oh no, it is, excuse me. It says silk finish. Sorry, that's so weird. You know when you look at something and then you read something completely different? I honestly thought that said matte finish cotton. That's so funny. It's just £25.99, which is £1.44 a spool. You get 18 spools, all 150 metres each. Your greys, your black, you've got creams, you've got blues, greens. Depends on how your stash is looking. If you do want to try a new thread pack, if you are thinking of stocking up your stash, these are going to be perfect. Nice colours for summer as well. Now we've also got two other thread packs from Metla. Now we've got an autumn colourway and we've also got winter. Should we start with the autumn? Because these are going to be lovely for all of your summer. I actually think these are going to be perfect for spring and summer. Your daffodils, your summer sun, your lovely sunset shades. You've got a green, which is the one on the end. You can't quite see it, but that's like a green khaki colour. You've got your brown, you've got orange, you've got like an ochre gold, all 8 for £12.99. These are 100% cotton. You tell me if they're silk finish. They are. They are silk finish, £12.99. 150 metres on each. And then the blues. Oh, did you get the Moda Blues collection? I love that fabric range. It was gorgeous, wasn't it? If you got Felix the Fox yesterday, how lovely would these be for Felix? The grey fur, and she did beautiful, Delphine did beautiful detail on the nose, the eyes, the piercing black on the eyes. Oh, it would be brilliant. You've got all your lovely shades of blues as well, icy blues. Even though it's called winter, I think these are all really useful colours. We always love blues, don't we? All year round. But if you do want to go for it, the whole hog, you get all 96 spools. 150 meters on each. You get your one silk finish cotton shade chart as well. 149.99. We are down to less than 10 of these cases. You get the case as well, which is good, isn't it? Really good. It's definitely worth, you know, asking advice as well on the fan page. For anyone who's not worked with a silk finished cotton thread before, it's absolutely gorgeous. Can you use these threads on your Alna embroidery machines? Yeah, I think you can, because look, it says here on the back of the packet that you can use them for sewing, for quilting, for embroidery, and that looks like machine embroidery, like a proper embroidery design. And you can use them in your overlocker, it says as well. Sorry, that wasn't at your eyes, Georgina. It was our camera, but you can see there. And this is the same one as the big pack. I think it goes across all of the ones that we've shown today. Sometimes when I think silk finish, if I'm being honest, I always thought, you know, when Alison Marion comes in and she absolutely raves about her silk cotton that she uses, when she uses her silk thread, and she says, I wouldn't use this for construction, it's just to make sure that you don't see it on needle turn applique. Whereas this is not that. It's not the really lightweight one. It's still the 50 weight. It's super, super strong. It's less likely to sort of to break on your machine or when you're hand sewing. What was it that you just said to me, sorry? High breaking resistance is what Metler says, and reduce shrinkage. So actually, Georgina, it'd probably be perfect for your machine embroidery. The reason that I was hesitant into saying is because I know that they actually do a range that are designed solely for machine embroidery. They do a pack like this that we've had on air before, because we've had the cotton, we've had the polyester, and we've had one that was machine embroidery threads. I'm just wondering whether we've got those as well on the website. I think this might be the only one that we have left now. I think this might be the only briefcase one, but it still says it's suitable for machine embroidery. I hope that helps. I hope that helps. Any other questions, of course, get them in, and if I can answer them, I will. If I can't, I'll find out for you. Storage that we have available are these. The big ones, are they gone? Gone. Pin cushion, well, that's the pin cushion we've got it as a singular, haven't we? So that's still available. The tin ones, these ones, the thread ones, they've gone. The small one, still got these ones and still got these ones. So if you want the medium containers, we were doing a deal, bearing in mind that one of these at Sewing Street will cost you $7.99. $7.99. You can buy it today. We've offered it to you today. The graphics have gone through for it, but you can get two for less than £10. So we thought we'd just remind you of that offer. It is only available, I think, today. It was launched today, and I think it's going to be out today as well, saving £6 on the medium containers. And then the smaller ones, they're perfectly stackable. They all slot in together. They all sort of tessellate nicely to stack in. We never get to do deals like this. This isn't an early bird. £7.98. It's not very often that you'll hear me sort of screaming and shouting about deals and prices, deals and lower prices. That's not what we do. We're not someone that, you know, we're not a channel that drops the price and does some crazy deals. We always do brilliant value for money, though, I must say, and I think we really pride ourselves in quality, really pride ourselves in the educational side of it as well, of all of us learning every single day. But it's great when we can do a deal like this, isn't it? Saving £6. Georgina says, these containers are brilliant. I use them for all my bag hardware. Perfect. Perfect. If you've got all of your magnetic snaps and your little feet, all your sliders, your D-rings, things like that, your zips, absolutely perfect. Great idea. See, they're small, but they hold a lot. And sometimes we've got smaller sewing notions, haven't we, that we want to make sure that they don't get lost in a big box. So these are ideal, absolutely. £7.98. Now, individually, these ones are Dun, 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 dun. £6.99. They're less than £8 for 2. So hence why we're saying, look, yeah, you can, but there's no point. Not when you can get 2 with a saving of £6. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, so if you want some inspiration to use all of your lovely threads, in fact, it was one of Debbie Shaw's tips, is make sure that you're using a good quality thread. Debbie launched this book and it was here at Sewing Street and it sold literally in the thousands. I know that there are thousands of you that have got this at home already. If you've not yet got this book, this is an absolute essential in my mind for all crafters. It's signed as well. It's less, oh no, sorry, Jo. Jo just said, I thought it was only mine that was signed. Jo does have a signed photograph of Debbie Shaw. £9.99. So what I love about this book, there are some great quilting books out there, but I've not seen one as thorough with techniques as this one. So this is a really thorough book for £9.99. There's going to be loads of reviews coming across the bottom of the screen, by the way. So just have a read of those as we're flicking through. But it talks to you about your sewing machine. It talks to you about your sewing machine feet. It talks to you about different tools and equipment, what's good, what's a novelty, what's a necessity, different ways of cutting, rotary cutters, irons, seam ripper, all different types of hoops, adhesives, why you would use a starch spray, different marking tools, and comparing them. It's so effective. Debbie, it's like having Debbie there in the room with you, demystifying every question we've ever wondered about sewing and quilting. When you first start sewing, it's really daunting. I remember when I first started on my sewing journey and thinking, this is going to take me years to understand this language. There were so many code words, jargon and acronyms. I had no idea what anyone was talking about. It was literally like listening to a foreign language. But you do start to pick it up. Obviously, when you're watching Sewing Street every day, you won't believe how much you'll learn. But having a book like this that you can just say, right, wadding. Which wadding shall I buy? It's not something that we generally go into in too much depth on the show. And the reason being is because it's personal preference. It depends on what you're doing. So what Debbie does in here, she's got pictures. She's got really clear descriptions of every kind of wadding there. You've got polyester, natural, 80-20 mix, you've got fusible fleece, you've got wool, you've got bamboo, cotton, silk, you've got thermal, you've got foam stabilizer, needle punch. What's the difference and why might you use it? Threads, we were just talking about threads. So yeah, absolutely, it's brilliant. Caring for your quilts, once you've made them, how do you look after them and make them last longer? Cutting, stitches, applique, reverse applique, quilt sandwich, quilt as you go, straight line quilting, free motion embroidery, binding, and then that's all just techniques and learning the different terminology, and then it goes into your projects. There's some great projects in here. I've seen so many of these on the Facebook fan page as well. Look, your beach hearts through all the year as well. You've got stockings, you've got quilting, sashing, you've got barge yellow. Price per project is crazy, and you've got one of the most famous faces and names in sewing teaching you every step along the way with descriptions, which I must say, Debbie is the perfect teacher for a beginner. So like me, when you walk into a room in a class, and I went to a patchwork class and they were brilliant, but I felt so stupid asking questions which I thought was silly. And just having this book where you don't need to just keep asking questions, it's all in here. And knowing that Debbie is going to explain it in really basic terminology that you will understand no matter what level of sewer you are. So it's brilliant. We can't recommend this book enough. It's one of my favourite quilting books. Plus you've got templates as well. Debbie Shaw, I know, I mean, we love that she's part of the Sewing Street family. She always will be. She's taken a step back at the moment from presenting her regular Sunday shows because she is literally one of the busiest ladies in sewing as well. She's incredibly busy. She definitely needs an extra couple of days in the week to meet her schedule. But she did come in to see us on the birthday, and she is still very much part of the team. So I know how much she launched this book here, and she's brilliant, and we're not just being biased. She's brilliant. If you are interested in quilting and patchworking, then that book is brilliant. £9.99. She only recently did she launch the dressmaker book. So exactly like the quilting, breaks down the jargon, breaks down the terminology, teaches you step by step with lots of descriptions, fantastic photographs as well. She made the skirt that you've just seen there on the show when she launched it. Old to new joggers, pockets, tunic sweater dress. Loads of people. Can you see all of the reviews that are coming along the bottom of the screen, by the way? You can see these are all genuine reviews from, you can only write a review if you've bought this book. Gail wrote this review 2 days ago. Love Debbie Shaw book. Debbie takes the stuffiness out of sewing. Oh! And shares her secrets and build confidence with beginners. Exactly. That's what I love. She makes just everything, well, it's not even she makes it look so easy. She shows you how it is so easy. I think dressmaking can it just fathoms me. And actually, just going through Debbie step by step, you're like, oh, is that it? I can do that. And it just makes you feel confident. And she does have that aura about her anyway, doesn't she? She's like, oh yeah, we'll just wig it together, we'll just do it. And there it is, there's a bag, or there's a dress. There's loads of reviews, and that just shows to you, doesn't it? The proof in the pudding. Michelle's asked, has anybody found their golden ticket yet? Good question. So when we launched this book, I know that Debbie put some golden tickets into, one golden ticket into a book to win £50 worth of Debbie Shaw books. And I haven't heard yet. It's a good question. Has anybody won the golden ticket yet? Maybe there's still a golden ticket. Maybe there's still a golden ticket around. Look at the kimono jacket. You know, we were talking about the Japanese fabrics earlier on. These would be lovely for that. Absolutely lovely. £9.99 for another amazing Debbie Shaw book. Okay, so we've got a couple of sewing machines that we want to talk about. The first one is the Elna. It's on the other desk, so I will go on over. Look at that, amazing. I mean, this, sorry, I don't want you to see me standing up. Struggling to stand up, I should say. So, we've got, pardon? Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Joe's like, I'm just going to watch you struggle. This is the Elna 320, and we often get requests and we get asked, oh yeah, I got a card from Deb. She said, dear Vix and Kieran, wishing you lots of love and all the best for the time in your life. Missing you already. Lots of love from Random Debs and Dave. I miss her already. So the 320, lots of people ask us questions of, oh, what machine should I get? Especially when you're on your first sort of rung of the ladder of sewing. Because as you progress through your sewing journey, you know a bit more about what you want, what you need, what you would like from a machine. You would know what sort of sewing you like. But if you're starting at Sewing Street and you're watching demonstrations every day, dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, home furnishing, it's all just so overwhelming, and you think, well, I want to have a go at everything. I don't know what I'm going to like the best, so I want to have a go at making everything. And machines like this are brilliant. The first thing that I would advise if you are purchasing your first machine, or if you've borrowed a machine from somebody over lockdown and you now want to invest in a machine, is think about the brand, think about who it is that's the manufacturer. Because yes, I'm not going to lie, there are sewing machines out there that are really affordable, that you can buy in the supermarket, that I think, quite frankly, you will outgrow very, very quickly. I did the same. Well, my friend a friend, a family member had one and said, I said, oh, I'll have a go on it. They couldn't work it out. And I was trying to do it and I thought, oh, do you know what? This is actually rubbish. Like, I can't get the seam that I want. I can't get the products and the end result that I want. So with the split pay option now, this makes it so accessible to everybody. It's just £83 on split pay. So you've got 3 payments of £83 and it's all yours. You can get it after you've paid that first payment though. It will come directly from Elna, which Elna is a really renowned company. They've been going for over 70 years. They are renowned for the build quality. We stock machines from Elna, well, we always try to, even machines that are over £1,000. So I don't like to call this an entry-level machine, as it's got more than a lot of the entry-level machines have got that I've seen out there. For example, you are going to be able to grow with it. You can lower the feed dogs on it. So if you want to, in time, invest in a free motion foot, you can do some beautiful free motion quilting and do delphines. And they're widely available through Elna. Elna and Janome, just so you know, are under the same umbrella. So it's the Janome bobbins that you would use with this, or the Elna feet or the Janome feet. They'll all work in conjunction. Just check what category you're purchasing. They've got a fantastic customer service team. That's the other thing. If I bought a machine from a supermarket that wasn't branded, I'd be thinking, and something goes wrong with it, who do I ring? Who do I ring? Whereas with Elna, they've got the customer service team. It comes with a warranty. It comes with a 2-year warranty. It comes with an array of different feet, so you can do obviously lots of different stitching, because there are different stitches on here. It isn't just a one-stitch straight stitch machine. You have got a huge array of stitches. So you can see there your straight stitch, you've got zigzags, you've got different decorative stitches, satin stitches, and then the ones at the bottom. So you've got the ones at the top, which are lighter blue, buttonholes on there as well. The darker blue are stretch stitches. If you want to do dressmaking, if you want to get into some yoga trousers ready for your workout classes, but you don't want to have any accidents when you're doing your downward dog position, you've got the stretch stitches as well, which are brilliant. So you've got a dial here, really easy to navigate through all of your stitches. There's your zigzag, the needle will move to the correct position. And then if you want to get to 10 through to 18, you come down to the second dial, that spins round. This is your stitch length. So you've got option 1, 2, 3 or 4 to alter your stitch length. We then spin it all the way around to SS, which is stretch stitch, and that will then take you to your stitches 10 through to 18. So then you select which one you want, which is brilliant. You also have buttonholes, which you can see there. So they spin round and you can select your buttonholes. Three different buttonholes. One buttonhole is a 4-step buttonhole. Right, so then, also, what else can I tell you? It's got a reverse. Right in front of you, you've got your reverse lever. So whilst you're sewing, you press that down and it can do your back stitch. You can also take the storage box off the side and use it with a free arm. So if you're doing sleeves, if you're doing trouser legs, if you're doing bag making, that's ideal to be able to get right into any nitty-gritty parts of your sewing. It's got top loading bobbing as well, so you can see when your bobbin's running low. Really easy to change the feet. You press the button down and these will release. To then put your next one back on, you can then just lower it onto the selected foot, and it does, there you go, it does clip back on. Sorry, you wouldn't normally do it from the side. It drops down and it also has an extra height. So if you are doing quilting, if you're doing your Beth Studley pattern and you're finding it's quite bulky, if you're working with lots of wool or fleece or denim and you want to be able to lift the foot higher, then it does have the extra height position as well. It still has the power and the control that you expect with Elna. So we did a show with Jane where we went through denim, we went through lycra. We really put the machine to the test, and it was brilliant. Kat went through Styleville with it, no problem. It's also got great storage. Lots of smaller machines don't generally come with storage. This has got an extra tray at the bottom, which you can keep all of your feet. As I say, lots that come as standard. So you've got an A foot there. I've got my satin stitch foot, which is a clear view foot there. I've got a zipper foot here. We've also got a blind hem foot as well. Blind hem foot, zipper foot, and they're all labelled. They are all, they've all got different letters on to indicate when you'd use them. But it comes with a great manual so that it will tell you when you might need to use them. Plus it comes with some extra bobbins, it comes with some needles, it comes with your screwdriver, which you won't actually need to change for any of these feet, but you might want to when you upgrade and buy yourself a walking foot potentially. It's great for that as well. Maximum stitch width on this is 5mm. Now your stitch width dial is at the top. So you've also got the top wheel here, which you can change obviously your stitch length at the bottom and your stitch width at the top. Now, lots of people ask how heavy this machine is. It's 6.3 kilograms. It's got the handle there as well, which is fantastic because it means that if you're after a machine that is more portable, if you do have a class that you want to go back to and you've got the Juki NX7 or the Alna 680, which isn't as portable, if, like me, you don't have a dedicated sewing space, you sew on the dining room table and it comes to dinner time, you need to put your sewing machine away, then this is brilliant. It comes with a cover as well. It comes with a hard cover, so it will keep it nice and dust and lint free, which is great. It does 820 stitches per minute, so it's a nice speedy machine. And it does also have the measuring gauge guide at the front as well. We just had to mention, because I know a lot of people at the moment, there's a lot of demand for sewing machines, and quite frankly, we don't have hardly any available in our stock. There's a reason for it. It's not a problem. It's not a problem with Sewing Street. It's a worldwide issue that a lot of people are getting into sewing. So machines like this, we're so lucky we have the connection with Alna to be able to make sure everybody who's starting sewing can get into it. Now, we hold a huge range of sewing machines. One that is in stock at the moment is the brand new, which I don't think's even been launched yet, by Juki. We did the world premiere of this machine on Sewing Street. I really urge you to watch back the show. It's from one end of the scale to the other. It's the most expensive machine that we've got in stock. It's so fancy that we aren't even allowed it here in the studio. It's kept with Juki, but there are some that are allocated in their stock with our name on it. So if you want to know a little bit more, well, I say some, there are two that have got our name on it. So if you do want to have a look at the amazing Juki UX8, then you can watch it back on YouTube. And Gary was here talking through all of the features and functions. It was on the 16th of February. We've got a short clip just to show you some of the amazing features of this incredible machine. I love watching that every single time. It's so exciting, isn't it? Yeah, sit here eating chocolate, being like, oh, this is amazing, dreaming of owning a Juki machine. Debbie walked in today and we say to every guest, what machine would you like to use? And normally they'll say, oh, just, you know, the most basic one. I'm on the telly, I'll just any of the most basic ones. And Debbie was like, I want to have a go on the Juki. Can I have a go on the new one? And we're like, well, we're not allowed it. It's like, I want to go in the supercar. I really want to go in the Ferrari. But, I mean, it's the same as the NX7 on your sewing side. And you saw how Debbie literally just picked that up and went for it. What I love as well, part of Gemporia Group, we're able to offer split pay. Have a serious think about it. If you've got any questions, get them in. Watch the show from Gary. 5 payments of £679. It is incredible. It's been so lovely being with you this week, and I hope to see you on Sunday. I'm back with you on Sunday. John's in tomorrow, and John has got Wendy Orlando with the zip bag at 8 o'clock. Henry Glass. Oh, amazing. You've got a gnome. Gnome is where your garden grows. Very exciting for that fabric. That's at 9 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, you've got Quick and Easy block tool cushions with Wendy Orlando. 11 o'clock, John's going to talk you through lots of different quilting rulers, books and pre-cuts. And then you have got, with John again, at 12 o'clock, Yarn Lane, pom-poms and tassels. Oh, we were talking about making pom-poms yesterday, weren't we? So that's your Yarn Lane Daily Dose. Thank you so much for your company today. Have a look through the website and see what is left available from today's show, and I'll see you on Sunday. Bye.